You were told the church burned books to hide ideas, but they did something far worse. They silenced the very vibration of the human soul. In the year 1324, Pope John XXII did not just order a group of monks to stop speaking. He ordered a century-long execution of the truth. They had discovered a frequency, a sound so ancient and so terrifying that to hear it was to lose one's humanity and sanity in a single breath. This was the ultimate betrayal of the faithful. It was a curse hidden behind the mask of holiness, a buried lie that was never meant to be uncovered. This secret did not just change history, it altered the way we perceive reality itself. For 100 years, the most powerful institution on earth fought a war against a sound that should not exist. This is the truth the king buried? Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Breathe in slowly and let the modern world fade away. We are descending into the heart of the 14th century, where the shadows are long and the stone walls have ears. To understand the gravity of the silence, one must first understand the year 1324. It was a time of immense darkness and immense power. The papacy was not in Rome, but in Avignon, a city of high walls and hidden corridors. But the secret, the real secret, remained buried beneath the Lateran Palace in the ancient heart of Rome. Imagine a room deep beneath the earth. It is carved from solid granite, a chamber designed to be the most quiet place in existence. This was the sanctuary of the Silentium Custodes. The air here is cold, holding a dampness that clings to the skin like a wet shroud. There are no windows. There's no connection to the sky or the sun. There is only the soft, rhythmic flicker of 12 massive beeswax candles, their flames barely moving in the stagnant air. Standing in a circle are the 100. These are men who were once scholars, musicians, and poets. Now they are statues made of flesh. They have been stripped of their names and given only numbers. Their vow is absolute. If a single word is uttered, the ritual is broken, and the frequency escapes. We must look closer at the physical reality of this vow. To remain silent for a decade is not merely a spiritual act. It is a biological transformation. The vocal cords, unused for years, begin to atrophy and wither. The tongue, once a tool of prayer and song, becomes a heavy, useless weight in the mouth. These men have forgotten the shape of their own names. They have forgotten the sound of their own breath. They have become human dampeners, biological insulators designed to absorb the vibration that pulses from the floor. Beneath them, in the center of this circle of silent men, rests the obsidian bowl. It is a masterpiece of forbidden geometry, carved from a single piece of volcanic glass. It is filled to the brim with water drawn from the deepest well in the Vatican. If you were standing there in the flickering light, you would see something that defies the laws of nature. The water is dancing. It is not splashing or spilling, but it is moving in perfect geometric patterns. Triangles, hexagons, and complex mandalas form and dissolve on the surface of the liquid. There is no wind. There is no movement. There is only the vibration. This vibration is the source of the Pope's terror. It is a subsonic frequency that resonates at exactly 7.83 Hz. Today, we might call this the Schumann resonance. But in 1324, they called it the breath of the abyss. The Church believed that if this sound were ever amplified by human voices, it would tear the veil between this world and the next. They believed it was the sound of the world before God spoke light into existence. It was the sound of the void, and it was getting louder. While the monks stood in their subterranean prison, Pope John the 22nd sat in his high tower, clutching a ledger that was never meant to be seen by human eyes. This ledger, bound in the skin of a heretic and sealed with lead, contains the true reason for the century of silence. The Pope was a man of logic and law, but he was also a man who had heard the sound. During his first visit to the Lateran vaults, he had stayed in the chamber for only 10 minutes. When he emerged, his hair had turned white and he refused to speak for 3 days. His ledger describes what he felt. He wrote that the sound did not enter his ears. It entered his mind. It showed him visions of a universe that was not made of spirit, but of cold mathematical vibrations. It showed him that the prayers of the faithful were nothing more than ripples on a dark pond. This was the great moral decay. The head of the church had realized that his entire theology was a fragile shell, protecting humanity from a truth that was too heavy to bear. He did not order the silence to protect God. He ordered the silence to protect the lie of the world. He feared that if the common people, the peasants in the fields and the merchants in the streets, ever sensed this frequency, they would lose their fear of hell and their hope for heaven. They would realize that they were merely instruments in a cosmic symphony that had no conductor. And so he chose the path of the jailer. He turned the church into a fortress of silence. The ledger mentions a specific event in the winter of 1325. A young monk, no more than 20 years old, could no longer endure the weight of the silence. In the middle of the night, in the heart of the sanctuary, he opened his mouth to scream. But before the sound could leave his throat, the other 99 monks moved as one. They did not speak, but they restrained him with a terrifying, coordinated speed. The Pope writes that the vibration in the water bowl spiked so violently that the obsidian cracked. The boy was never seen again. He was not executed. He was simply erased from the records as if he had never been born. This is how the church maintained its grip. Not through fire, but through the absence of sound. For the modern listener, it is easy to dismiss this as mere superstition. But the Tier 1 audiences of today, the seekers of truth and the students of history, know that there is a bridge between the occult and the physical. We must look at the architecture of the cathedrals built during this century of silence. Notice the sudden shift in Gothic architecture during the mid-14th century. The ceilings became higher, the stone became denser, and the use of stained glass became more strategic. This was not just for beauty. These cathedrals were built as acoustic traps. The high vaulted ceilings were designed to break up sound waves, preventing any resonance from building up to a dangerous level. The church was terrified of the power of the one note. In the archives of the Vatican, there are blueprints of the Cathedral of Notre Dame that show hidden chambers within the walls, filled with sand and charcoal. For centuries, architects wondered about their purpose. We now know they were acoustic dampeners. The church was literally building mufflers into the houses of God. They were petrified that a choir, singing in perfect harmony, might accidentally hit the resonant frequency of the earth and wake the sound. That the 100 monks were trying to smother. There is a psychological layer to this that is even more disturbing. When a human being is subjected to total silence for an extended period, the brain begins to generate its own sounds. It hallucinates. The monks of the 100 vow were not just living in silence. They were living in a state of perpetual neurological collapse. They began to hear the voices of the saints, the whispers of demons, and the roar of the ocean. All while standing in a perfectly quiet room. The church encouraged these hallucinations, calling them divine visions. They used the suffering of these men to validate their own power. They took the broken minds of the Silentium custodes and held them up as symbols of the highest holiness. But in reality, these men were victims of a sophisticated form of sensory torture, all designed to keep the secret of the frequency buried. The informative truth is that the Church was the first organization to master the science of psychoacoustics. They knew that sound could control the masses, but they also knew that silence could control the soul. By monopolizing silence, they monopolized the gateway to the subconscious. As the years turned into decades, the vow of the 100 mutes began to rot from within. The original monks died, and they were replaced by younger men who were told that they were saving the world. But the younger generation lacked the conviction of the old. They began to notice that the world outside was changing. The Black Death was sweeping through Europe, and the silence of the Church seemed like a mockery of the screams of the dying. In 1348, at the height of the plague, the vibration in the obsidian bowl reached a fever pitch. The water began to boil, though it remained cold to the touch. The monks felt it in their bones. Some of them began to bleed from their fingernails. They realized that the frequency was not just a sound. It was a force of nature that was reacting to the mass death occurring on the surface. The Pope at the time, Clement V, was terrified. He barricaded himself in his palace, surrounded by massive fires that were meant to keep the plague away. But he could not escape the sound. He wrote in his secret diary that the silence of the 100 monks was no longer enough. The earth itself was beginning to groan. There is a story, whispered in the corridors of the secret archives, of a ghost monk who escaped the Lateran Palace during the plague. He was seen wandering the streets of Rome, his mouth sewn shut with silver thread. He did not speak, but he carried a piece of parchment that had a single musical note drawn on it. It was a note that did not exist in any known scale. Those who saw the parchment reported feeling a sudden, overwhelming sense of peace, followed by an agonizing headache. The monk was eventually captured and returned to the vaults, but the damage was done. The secret had begun to leak. The decay of the vow was a reflection of the decay of the medieval world. The feudal system was breaking, the Church was splitting, and the silence that had held the world together for a century was beginning to crack. The monks were no longer guardians. They were prisoners of a dying era, and the sound, the terrible ancient sound, was waiting for the moment the last monk finally broke his silence. Exactly 100 years after the vow was first taken, the order was quietly disbanded. The history books do not give a reason. They simply state that the Silentium custodes ceased to exist. But the truth is far more chilling. On the night of the centennial, the bells of Rome did not ring. A heavy mist descended upon the city, a mist that smelled of ozone and ancient stone. Inside the Lateran vault, the last of the original 100 monks was dying. He was 115 years old, his body a withered husk held together by nothing but will and the frequency. As he drew his final breath, the obsidian bowl did not just ripple, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. The water did not spill, it evaporated instantly. At that moment, a sound was heard across Rome. It was not a loud sound. It was a low, mournful sigh that seemed to come from the ground itself. People woke up in their beds, feeling a sudden, inexplicable sense of loss. The Church immediately moved to cover up the event. They filled the subterranean chamber with concrete. They burned every record of the 100 monks, save for the few ledgers that were hidden in the deepest parts of the archives. They told the world that the monks had been a myth, a legend created to inspire piety, but the frequency did not go away. It simply went underground. It moved into the foundations of the new world, into the clocks, the machines, and eventually, the electronics of our modern age. We live in a world of constant noise, a world where silence is almost impossible to find. We think this is progress. But the historians of the lore slumber know better. The constant noise of our modern world is just another form of the Church's dampeners. We have replaced the 100 monks with 100 billion devices, all vibrating at frequencies that drown out the original sound. We are still being protected from the truth. We are still being kept in a state of spiritual slumber, unaware of the ancient vibration that is still pulsing beneath our feet. The informativeness of this story lies in the realization that history is not a series of events, but a series of concealments. The vow of the 100 mutes was not an act of devotion. It was an act of survival. The Church knew that humanity was not ready to hear the music of the universe, and they were willing to sacrifice a century of souls to keep the volume turned down. The silence of the monks ended, but the shadows they guarded moved to a new location. Deep within the halls of Versailles, centuries later, another secret was being polished to a mirror finish. A secret not of sound but of sight. A secret that would hide the literal rot of a kingdom behind a wall of glass. But that is a story for the next time the candles burn low. To truly grasp the horror of the 100 mutes, we must look beyond the spirit and into the suffering of the flesh. A human being is designed for expression. Our nerves, our muscles, and our very brains are wired to communicate. When Pope John XXII enforced the Silentium Custodes, he was essentially ordering a biological shutdown. In the secret medical logs found in the Castel Sant'Angelo, physicians of the secret order noted the physical transformation of the monks over decades. Because they never spoke, the muscles of the jaw began to lock in place, a condition known as myogenic contracture. Their faces became masks of stone, unable to smile, frown, or show the slightest hint of emotion. But the eyes remained active. They became unnaturally bright, hyper-focused, as the brain redirected all its energy from the verbal centers to the visual and auditory pathways. They began to hear things that no human should hear. They could hear the blood rushing through their own carotid arteries. They could hear the microscopic friction of their joints moving. And most terrifyingly, they could hear the vibration of the obsidian bowl with a clarity that drove many to a silent internal madness. The physicians recorded that the monks' heart rates eventually synchronized. 100 men, standing in a circle, their hearts beating as a single organ. This was the biological dampener the Pope required. They were not just monks. They were a living, breathing circuit board designed to absorb the excess energy of the frequency. Imagine the psychological pressure of this existence. You are in a room with 99 other men. You know their faces, the scent of their robes, the rhythm of their breathing, but you will never know their names. You will never know their stories. If a monk died during the night, he was removed in total silence, and a new, nameless initiate took his place within the hour. The circle was never broken. The frequency was never left unguarded. This total suppression of the self created a vacuum in the soul. And as any physicist will tell you, a vacuum must be filled. The void left by their missing voices was filled by the low, humming presence of the earth itself. These men became extensions of the stone. They became the first human beings to truly experience the world as it exists without the filter of language. It was a state of pure, terrifying awareness that the Church called holiness, but the monks knew as an endless, waking nightmare. The question that historians often ask is, where did these men come from? Who would willingly surrender their voice and their identity for a century-long experiment in silence? The truth, uncovered in the 1970s from a mislabeled crate in the Vatican archives, is that they were not all willing. The recruitment process was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation. The Church targeted men who had experienced profound trauma, soldiers who had seen too much blood, scholars who had lost their families to the fever, and musicians who had gone deaf. These were men who were already looking for a way to escape the noise of their own lives. They were promised that through the vow of the 100, they would hear the literal voice of God, but there was a darker side to the recruitment. Records show that several problematic intellectuals, men like the followers of Roger Bacon, who were experimenting with early science, were given a choice: the stake or the silence. Many chose the silence, thinking it a mercy. They did not realize that the silence was a slower, more profound form of execution. Each initiate underwent a ritual of unnaming. Their birth records were burned in their presence. Their family crests were shattered. They were given a number and a robe of heavy, undyed wool that dampened the sound of their own footsteps. From that moment on, they were legally dead. This is why the 100 mutes are so hard to find in the official census of the time. The Church had removed them from the world of men before they were even placed in the vault. This systematic erasure of the individual is what allowed the conspiracy to remain hidden for so long. How do you track a man who no longer has a name? How do you investigate a death that was never recorded? The 100 mutes were the first black ops unit of the medieval world, a silent army standing guard at the edge of reality. Every day for 100 years, a log keeper sat outside the door of the sanctuary. He was the only one allowed to use a quill, and he was sworn to record only the state of the water in the obsidian bowl. These logs, known as the shadow records, provide a terrifying timeline of the frequency's behavior. The logs describe events where the water would rise out of the bowl and hang in the air like a shimmering orb. During these moments, the temperature in the room would drop below freezing, and the monks would begin to glow with a faint blue bioluminescence. The log keeper noted that the vibration would change from a hum to a pulse, like a giant heart beating deep within the mantle of the earth. In June of 1337, the log entry is particularly disturbing. It reads, "The frequency has shifted to the fourth harmonic. The brothers are weeping, but they make no sound. The water has turned black. Today, the stone spoke a name that has not been heard since the fall of Babylon. I have burned the page, but the name remains in my mind like a brand." These records show that the Vatican was not just suppressing a sound. They were managing a portal. They were monitoring a bridge between our physical world and a dimension of pure vibration. The 100 mutes were the anchors holding that bridge in place. The logs prove that the Church knew exactly what would happen if the circle was ever broken. The sound would propagate through the atmosphere, resonating with the very atoms of every living thing, essentially unmaking the world as we know it. For the American listener today, this sounds like science fiction. But for the researchers of the Tier 1 archives, this is the missing link in medieval history. It explains the strange, sudden shifts in papal policy, the odd construction of secret vaults, and the Church's obsessive control over the musical scales used in their liturgy. It was not about doctrine. It was about containment. The century of silence ended in 1424, but the war for acoustic control was only beginning. The church realized that they could not keep 100 men in a basement forever. The secret was too difficult to manage, and the risk of a leak was too high. They needed a more sustainable way to dampen the frequency. This led to the musical Reformation. During the Council of Trent, the church leaders debated for years about the nature of sacred music. While the public history books focus on the purity of the lyrics, the secret archives tell a different story. The debate was actually about phasing. They were looking for a way to use choral music to create a counter frequency, a sound that would cancel out the hum of the abyss. This is why Giovanni Perluigi da Palestrina is so important. He developed a style of polyphony that was mathematically perfect. To the ear, it is beautiful. To the physicist, it is a series of standing waves designed to neutralize subsonic vibrations. The church replaced the 100 mutes with a global network of choirs. Every time a choir sang Palestrina's Mass, they were unknowingly contributing to the dampening of the secret frequency. This was a brilliant move. Instead of 100 prisoners, the church now had millions of unwitting participants. Every church in Europe became a node in a giant acoustic suppression field. This is the information the public was never told. Your worship was being used as a structural stabilizer for the planet. The Tier 1 audience must understand that the heavenly sound of cathedral music was actually a cold, calculated technological fix for a terrifying geological reality. We must return to the darkest year of that century, 1348. The Black Death was not just a biological event. It was an acoustic catastrophe. As 1/3 of Europe's population died, the collective human resonance began to fail. The 100 mutes in the vault felt the shift immediately. The logkeeper recorded that as the cities of Europe fell silent due to death, the frequency beneath the Lateran Palace grew stronger. It was as if the noise of human life, the talking, the singing, the crying had been acting as a secondary dampener. With that noise gone, the abyss began to scream. In the autumn of 1348, 30 of the monks died in a single night. They didn't die of the plague. Their internal organs had been turned to liquid by the intensity of the vibration. The Pope, in a state of absolute panic, ordered that the bells of every church in Rome be rung 24 hours a day. The public was told this was to clear the bad air of the plague. In reality, it was a desperate attempt to create enough white noise to keep the frequency from shattering the city. This is a prime example of the moral decay mentioned in our mandate. The church knew the bells wouldn't stop the plague. They watched the people die by the thousands, and they used their remaining resources not to help the sick, but to ring bells to save their own secret vault. They prioritized the containment of the sound over the lives of the faithful. This is the hidden betrayal that still stains the stones of the Vatican. When the order was finally disbanded in 1424, the chamber was not just abandoned. It was entombed. The Vatican used a specialized mixture of crushed volcanic ash, lead, and salt to fill the room from floor to ceiling. They wanted to create a solid, non-vibrating mass that would pin the frequency down forever. However, stone and lead are not eternal. In 1929, during the signing of the Lateran Treaty, which established Vatican City as an independent state, secret surveyors discovered that the concrete seal was cracking. The hum was returning. Mussolini's engineers, working under the guise of modernizing the sewage system, were brought in to reinforce the vaults. They used high-density steel and early forms of acoustic insulation. If you look at the maps of the Vatican's underground today, you will see sections that are marked as geologically unstable, or high-pressure zones. These are the locations of the original 100 mutes chambers. For the modern skeptic, the evidence is in the budget. Why does the smallest country in the world spend more on seismic stabilization than countries 10 times its size? Why is the Vatican's seismic monitoring equipment more advanced than that of the United States Geological Survey? It is because they are still listening. They are still afraid. The vow of silence didn't end. It just became mechanical dot as we reach the end of this journey into the silence. We must ask ourselves, what does this mean for us, the listeners of the 21st century? We live in an age of total noise. We are surrounded by the hum of electricity, the buzz of the internet, and the constant chatter of social media. We find this noise exhausting. But perhaps it is the only thing keeping us sane. If the world were to truly fall silent, if every machine stopped and every voice went quiet, would we begin to hear what the 100 monks heard? Would we feel the vibration of the abyss rising up through the solace of our feet? The story of the 100 mutes is a warning about the price of knowledge. The Church believed that some truths are so heavy they must be buried under a century of silence. They believe that the human soul is a fragile thing, easily shattered by the cold mathematics of the universe. But as you lie here in the darkness, let the silence of your own room be a comfort. The monks are gone. The obsidian bowl is shattered. The Church has moved on to new secrets and new masks. But the frequency, the ancient low hum of the stars is still there. It is the sound of the void waiting for the world to stop talking. Rest now, in the safety of your own quiet. The secrets of the past are deep, but they are tucked away behind layers of stone and time. You are safe in the present, protected by the noise of the modern world. The light is fading, the air is still, and the story is complete. The century of silence was a wall of sound that eventually crumbled. But as the Vatican's vault was sealed, a new kind of darkness was taking shape in the north. A royal family was beginning to realize that their blood was changing, turning into something cold and ancient, a secret that would require a different kind of silence. But that is a story for another night. When the shadows are even longer, history tells us that the Church was built on the blood of martyrs. But the hidden records tell a far more terrifying story. Beneath the heavy stone of Rome lies a hole in the fabric of reality. In the year 1324, a group of laborers shattered a wall they were never meant to touch, and in doing so they released a forbidden vibration that had been sealed since the dawn of time. This was a secret buried by the highest authorities to prevent the total psychological collapse of the faithful. It was a betrayal of every soul who sought peace in the pews, for the Church knew that what lived beneath the earth was not a spirit, but a frequency of madness. They chose to hide the truth rather than save the men who found it. They watched as the witnesses lost their minds, their ears bleeding clear fluid as their bones began to vibrate within their flesh. It was a curse masquerading as a miracle, a profound moral failure that remains hidden in the darkest vaults of the Vatican. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment fills the air. Take a deep, slow breath and feel the weight of the modern world lifting from your shoulders. We are descending now deep into the soil of 14th century Italy, where the torches flicker against damp stone and the silence is about to be broken by a sound that has no name. The year 1324 was a time of immense tension in the Christian world. The Pope was in exile in Avignon, and Rome was a city of ghosts, crumbling ruins, and desperate secrets. To the common eye, the excavations beneath the Lateran Palace were merely routine repairs to a sagging foundation. But to the architects of the secret order, it was a hunt. They were looking for something they called the heart of the hill. Imagine the scene. 5 men, their bodies covered in the gray dust of ancient limestone, work by the light of tallow candles. The air is thick, tasting of salt and old, stale earth. The sound of their iron pickaxes striking the rock is the only heartbeat in this subterranean world. For weeks, they had been clearing rubble from the era of Emperor Constantine, moving deeper into the strata of time. But on this Tuesday in October, the pickaxe of a man named Matteo struck something that did not ring like stone. It made a sound that was felt rather than heard, a dull, heavy thud that seemed to absorb the energy of the blow. As they cleared the remaining dirt, they found a wall of obsidian. It was black, glass-like, and impossibly smooth. There were no tool marks on its surface. It was a single, continuous sheet of volcanic glass, cold to the touch and radiating a strange, low-level heat. The informative record suggests that obsidian of this quality did not exist in Italy. It had been brought from elsewhere, or perhaps it was not obsidian at all. As Matteo struck the surface one final time, a hairline fracture appeared. A thin, crystalline whistle escaped from the crack. It was a sound so high it was beyond the range of human hearing. Yet every man in that tunnel felt a sudden, sharp pain in the center of his forehead. They did not know it yet, but they had just broken the seal on an acoustic prison that had been silent for 10,000 years. As the crack in the obsidian wall widened, the high-pitched whistle shifted. It began to drop in frequency, sliding down through the scales until it reached a low, guttural thrum. This was the moment the madness began. The frequency was exactly 7.83 hertz, a vibration that resonates with the human brain's alpha waves. For the American listener who understands the physics of sound, this is known as infrasound. It is a frequency that is too low for the ear to perceive as a specific tone, but it is powerful enough to vibrate the internal organs and the fluid in the inner ear. In 1324, they did not have a name for this. They called it the breath of the dragon. Matteo was the first to succumb. He dropped his pickaxe and covered his ears, but the sound was not coming from the air. It was coming through the ground, up through his boots, through his skeleton, and directly into his brain. He began to see things that were not there. He saw the shadows on the walls turn into flowing liquid. He saw the candles burning with a flame that was a deep, impossible violet. The other workers fared no better. One began to laugh uncontrollably, a sound of pure hysteria that echoed off the damp stone. Another fell to his knees and began to claw at his own skin, claiming that he could feel the sound crawling like insects beneath his flesh. This is the psychological layer of the discovery. The frequency was bypassing the logical mind and triggering a primal fear response in the amygdala. It was forcing their bodies into a state of permanent, agonizing fight or flight, with no enemy to fight and nowhere to run. The informative logs from the church's observers, who stood safely at the top of the tunnel, noted that the air in the chamber began to shimmer. The dust particles in the air organized themselves into perfect geometric patterns, suspended in mid-air. This is a phenomenon we now call cymatics, where sound waves create physical structure in matter. But to the men in the tunnel, it looked like the laws of God were being rewritten before their eyes. By the second hour of the discovery, the physical decay of the witnesses had reached a critical point. In Tier 1 medical archives that were only recently declassified, we find descriptions of a condition the Vatican called the glass sickness. The men's ears did not just ring. The pressure within the cochlea became so intense that the eardrums ruptured from the inside out. But instead of blood, a clear, viscous fluid leaked from their ear canals. This was cerebrospinal fluid, forced out by the sheer power of the vibration. Their vision blurred as the frequency caused their eyeballs to resonate within their sockets, creating a strobe-like effect that made the world look like a series of disconnected, terrifying images. One of the workers, a young man who had only been on the job for 3 days, managed to crawl back toward the entrance. He was found by the Swiss guard who had been stationed at the surface. When they tried to lift him, they found that his bones felt soft, as if the vibration had altered the calcium structure of his skeletal system. He could not speak. He could only make a humming sound that matched the frequency of the obsidian wall. The church's reaction was not one of mercy. The Inquisition of the Sacred Sound, a secret branch of the Holy Office, arrived within the hour. They didn't bring doctors. They brought lead-lined hoods and iron chains. They realized that the discovery was a biological contagion of sound. They knew that if this frequency reached the streets of Rome, it would cause a mass psychosis that would burn the city to the ground. They made a cold, calculated decision. They did not rescue the men remaining in the tunnel. Instead, they ordered the entrance to be collapsed with heavy stones and liquid lead. They buried the workers alive with the frequency, listening through the stone as the humming of the men slowly merged with the humming of the earth. This was the first great cover-up of 1324. 5 lives were sacrificed to keep a sound in a box. For the researchers and historians listening to this, the most fascinating part of the 1324 discovery is the chamber itself. Once the immediate crisis was contained, the Vatican sent in a clean team of deaf monks to explore what lay behind the obsidian wall. Because they could not hear the frequency, they were thought to be immune to its primary effects. What they found was a room that defied every architectural rule of the 14th century. The chamber was a perfect dodecahedron, a 12-sided shape that the Greeks believed represented the universe itself. The walls were not made of stone or brick, but of a metallic substance that seemed to absorb all light. There were no torches, yet the room was filled with a soft, gray luminosity that had no source. In the center of the room sat a pedestal. On that pedestal was a device, or perhaps a sculpture made of interlinking gold rings that were spinning slowly, despite there being no wind and no mechanical power. As the rings turned, they created the frequency. It was a machine designed to produce a constant, unchanging note. The informative question here is, who built this? The layers of earth above the chamber suggested it had been there for at least 6,000 years, predating the Roman Empire, the Etruscans, and even the earliest known settlements of Italy. The geometry was too perfect, the materials too advanced. The deaf monks recorded that as they walked through the chamber, they felt a sense of profound weight. Their hearts began to beat in time with the spinning rings. They realized that the room was not a tomb, but a regulator. It was as if the frequency was being used to tune the earth itself, keeping the tectonic plates and the very crust of the planet in a state of artificial stability. By breaking the wall, Matteo and his crew had to tune the world. When the report reached the Pope in Avignon, he did not call for a celebration of this ancient find. He called for a council of the silent. This was a gathering of the Church's most brilliant mathematicians, musicians, and theologians. They met in a room where all speech was forbidden, communicating only through written Latin on wax tablets, they realized that the discovery posed a fatal threat to the Church's doctrine. If the world was being held together by a mechanical frequency produced by an ancient machine, then where was the hand of God? If a simple sound could drive a man to madness and melt his bones, then what was the soul? The council concluded that the frequency was the voice of the first tempter. They decided that the knowledge of this machine must be erased from human memory. They began a systematic purge of every person who had even heard a rumor of the excavation. The architects who drew the maps were found dead in their beds. The guards who stood at the entrance were reassigned to the farthest reaches of Christendom, and never heard from again. But the most informative part of their plan was the acoustic. Masking, the council realized that they could not entirely stop the frequency from leaking through the lead seal they had placed on the tunnel. So they commissioned a new type of music to be played in every church in Rome. These were the dampening chants, the precursors to the Gregorian chants we know today. These chants were specifically composed with intervals and harmonies, designed to create destructive interference with the 7.83 Hz frequency. The Church was literally using the voices of the faithful to create an acoustic shield. Every time a monk sang in the cathedrals above, he was unwittingly contributing to the suppression of the madness below. The Tier 1 audience must understand the irony. The most beautiful music of the Middle Ages was actually a protective layer of white noise. As we move deeper into the atmospheric build of this story, we must consider the psychological layer of what the frequency was doing to the human spirit. Modern neuroscience tells us that certain frequencies can induce the ghost in the machine effect, the sensation of being watched, the feeling of a presence in the room, and the sight of shadowy figures in the peripheral vision. In 1324, the survivors of the initial discovery, who were kept in the Vatican's secret infirmaries, reported a shared hallucination. They all saw a man of glass standing at the foot of their beds. This figure did not speak, but it vibrated. It was a manifestation of the frequency in their own distorted neural pathways. The researchers noted that the victim cells were actually changing. The frequency was acting as a form of non-ionizing radiation, vibrating the water molecules in their bodies at a rate that caused cellular stress and DNA fragmentation. This is why their skin felt like it was crawling. Their bodies were literally trying to come apart at a molecular level. This leads to a profound, reflective question: how much of our history, our legends of hauntings and demonic possessions, are actually just the result of natural or artificial frequencies leaking into our environment? The 1324 discovery proves that madness is not always a breakdown of the mind. Sometimes it is a physical reaction to a world that is vibrating at a different speed than we are. The Church understood this power. They realized that sound was the ultimate tool for social control. If you could make people feel a sense of divine awe through a specific chord, or a sense of hellish terror through a specific dissonance, you could control their very perception of reality. The discovery was not just a machine. It was a blueprint for the next 700 years of psychological governance. In the year 1998, a researcher in the Vatican secret archives found a fragment of a map dated precisely to late 1324. It did not show the streets of Rome or the borders of countries. It was a map of the veins of the earth. It showed the 1324 discovery as a central node, with lines radiating out to other points across the globe, points that correspond to Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and the ancient temples of Angkor Wat. The map suggests that the 1324 discovery was just one of many tuning forks buried beneath the surface of our world. The informative implication is staggering. It suggests a global, prehistorical infrastructure designed to manage the planet's resonance. The madness that claimed Matteo and his men was the result of a system error in a machine that was never meant to be accessed by a pre-industrial society. The map also contained a warning in a cryptic form of Latin. When the stone is broken, the song begins. When the song begins, the man ends. This suggests that the frequency is not just a sound, but a language. It is a data stream that our biological brains are too primitive to process. When we try to hear it, our hardware crashes. That crash is what we call madness. For the Tier 1 audience, this changes everything. We are not just living on a rock in space. We are living on top of an ancient, vibrating machine. And in 1324, for a few brief, terrifying weeks, the Church looked into the gears of that machine and decided that humanity was better off in the dark. While the 1324 tunnel was sealed with lead and stone, you cannot truly kill a sound. A frequency is energy, and energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be transformed. The vibration from the obsidian chamber began to soak into the very bedrock of Rome over the centuries. Certain buildings in the city became known as sick houses. People who lived in them would experience the same symptoms as the workers: the humming in the teeth, the purple fire in the eyes, the bleeding ears. The Church would come and exorcise these buildings, but in reality, they were just adding more layers of lead and acoustic insulation to the basements. The informativeness of this story extends to the present day. Modern seismic sensors in Rome still pick up a constant 7.83 Hz signal that originates from deep beneath the Lateran Palace. It is a steady, mechanical pulse that does not match any known geological activity. It is the echo of 1324, still humming, still waiting. The psychological toll on the city of Rome has been subtle but permanent. Historians have often noted that Rome has a heaviness to its atmosphere, a sense of ancient, brooding pressure that sits on the chest of every visitor. We are told this is the weight of history, but perhaps it is just the residual resonance of a discovery that was too big for the world to handle. The men who found it, Matteo and his brothers, are still down there. Their bodies have long since turned to dust, but their bones, now part of the calcified wall of the tunnel, still vibrate in time with the spinning gold rings. They have become part of the machine. They are the eternal witnesses to the frequency that drives men to madness. The final act of the 1324 conspiracy was the creation of the Secretum Silenti, the secret of silence. This was a document that every high-ranking official in the Church had to sign with their own blood. It stated that the frequency was not a discovery, but a non-event. They realized that the best way to hide something is not to bury it, but to make it boring. They turned the 1324 incident to a dull story about a failed sewer project. They took the terrifying, bone-melting frequency and turned it into a footnote about unstable soil. This is the most effective form of moral failure. It is the erasure of the victim's suffering through the use of bureaucracy. The 5 men who died in the tunnel were not remembered as martyrs or even as casualties. They were simply deleted from the payroll. Their families were told they had run away to sea or joined a different monastery in a distant land. The Church then spent the next century perfecting the art of controlled resonance. They built their cathedrals with specific acoustic properties that could induce feelings of guilt, awe, or submissiveness in the congregation. They took the madness of 1324 and refined it into a tool of divine authority. They realized that if you could drive a man to madness with a sound, you could also drive him to obedience with a song. As you lie there in the quiet of your room, consider the sounds around you. The hum of your refrigerator, the distant buzz of traffic, the white noise of your fan. These are all frequencies. They all affect your brain waves in ways you do not realize. The American audience of today is constantly bathed in a sea of artificial vibrations. We call it the modern hum. Some researchers believe that this hum is our own version of the 1324 discovery. We are building a world of noise to drown out the original frequency that is still pulsing beneath the stone. The madness of 1324 was a direct, unfiltered encounter with the true note of the world. Our modern anxiety, our insomnia, our sense of persistent unease, perhaps, these are just the symptoms of the frequency, leaking through the cracks of our civilization. We are all Mateo, striking the obsidian wall with our technology, unaware of the whistle that is about to begin. The informative truth is that we have never really solved the problem of 1324. We have only covered it up with more layers of noise. We have traded the man of glass for the ghost in the screen. But the physical reality remains the same. Our bodies are resonant chambers, and we are being played by a song we did not write. Take a long, slow breath. The story of the obsidian wall is a heavy one, but it is a story of our shared human history. It is a story of how we handle the things we cannot explain. In 1324, the answer was silence and lead. Today, the answer is often distraction and denial, but for a moment, imagine the silence of that dodecahedron chamber. Imagine the gold ring spinning in the gray light, producing a note that is as old as the stars. It is a sound of perfect, terrifying order. It is the sound of a universe that does not need us. This is the psychological core of the madness. It is not just the vibration. It is the realization that we are incidental. The machine does not care if we hear its song. It does not care if our bones melt or our minds break. It simply continues to spin, keeping the world in balance. Indifferent to the tiny creatures crawling on its surface, the 1324 discovery was a mirror held up to the human soul, and the church did not like what it saw. They saw that our faith, our empires, and our lives were all just ripples on the surface of a much deeper, darker pond. And so they broke the mirror. They buried the witnesses. They turned the song into a chant and the machine into a myth. In the final pages of the secret report from 1324, there is a note written by a nameless archivist. It is the only part of the record that shows any sign of human emotion. He writes, "I can hear it now, even through the 3 doors of the archive. It is not a sound. It is a memory of a sound. I fear that once you have felt the obsidian thrum, you can never truly be still again. The silence is no longer quiet. It is just a space where the song used to be." This is the legacy of the discovery. It is the realization that once the secret is known, the world can never go back to being simple. The stones are not just stones. The silence is not just silence. Everything is vibrating. Everything is part of the frequency. The Tier 1 listener knows that information is a burden. To know the truth of the 1324 discovery is to lose the comfort of ignorance. It is to look at the foundations of the Vatican and see not just faith but a containment field. It is to hear the wind in the trees and wonder if it is just a song, or if it is the earth trying to detonate itself. The torches in the tunnel have long since gone out. The lead seal is thick and cold. The men who laughed and cried in the gray light are part of the bedrock now. But the spinning rings, the rings are still turning. The frequency is still there, beneath the stone of Rome, driving the world in a direction we cannot see. The obsidian wall was only the beginning of the Pope's nightmare. For while the physical frequency was sealed in the earth, the mental decay began to spread to the very top of the church. The Pope himself began to write in his private journal about the walls of his bedroom screaming in a language of symbols. He began to realize that the man of glass had followed him to Avignon. But the details of his descent into psychological collapse were kept in a ledger so dangerous it was wrapped in silver chains. That story, the chilling account of the screaming walls, is where the true terror begins. The high walls of the palace of the popes in Avignon were built to protect the Holy Father from the wars of men. But they could not protect him from the sound he had unburied in Rome, behind the iron-bound doors of his private study. Pope John XXII was losing his grip on reality, falling victim to a betrayal that came not from his enemies, but from the very stones of his sanctuary. The forbidden frequency discovered in the year 1324 had followed him across the mountains, an invisible curse that turned his palace into a gilded prison. This was the secret buried within the secret archives, a profound lie that suggested the leader of the Christian world was being driven to madness by a vibration he could not silence. The Church watched in silence as their sovereign began to claim the walls were screaming in the voices of the unborn. It was a moral failure of the highest order, choosing to seal the Pope away rather than admit that the earth itself was rejecting their presence. This is the truth the king buried. To understand the terror recorded in the Pope's private journal, one must first understand the isolation of the Avignon papacy. In the early 14th century, the seat of power had shifted from the ruins of Rome to the banks of the Rhone River in France. This was a time of immense luxury, but also immense paranoia. The Palace of the Popes was a fortress, a massive structure of cold limestone designed to be impenetrable. Pope John XXII was a man of cold intellect, a lawyer by training and a financier by trade. He was not a man given to flights of fancy or mystical visions. He believed in order, in records, and in the absolute control of information. This makes his descent into psychological collapse all the more chilling for the modern researcher. The informative records tell us that by the winter of 1324, the Pope had completely withdrawn from public life. He no longer walked in the gardens. He no longer dined with his cardinals. He spent his hours locked in a small square room known as the Chamber of the Deer, named for the frescoes of hunting scenes that covered the walls. But as the journal reveals, he was no longer seeing the painted deer. He was seeing the walls themselves move. He was sensing a resonance that defied his understanding of physics and faith. In the deepest layer of the Vatican secret archives, there is a volume known as Codex 1324b. It is not bound in the fine leather of the other papal registers. It is wrapped in a heavy, lead-lined shroud, designed to block any residual energy from the paper within. The paper itself is high-quality vellum, made from the skin of stillborn calves. The ink is a dark iron gall mixture that has bitten deep into the surface. At the beginning of the year 1324, the handwriting is impeccable, a mastery of medieval script that reflects a mind in total command. But as we reach the entries of late November, the transformation begins. The letters start to stretch. The ascenders and descenders of the Latin words become long, jagged lines that resemble the teeth of a saw. They are strange ink blots, as if the quill was pressed with immense force into the page. Most significantly, the margins of the journal are filled with geometric shapes that should not exist in the 14th century complex. Fractals and overlapping circles that mirror the ripples. Seen in the obsidian bowl back in Rome, this is the first evidence of the psychic infection. The Pope was not just writing his thoughts. He was unconsciously recording the frequency that was vibrating his very soul. The entry dated December 12th, 1324 is the most famous and most terrifying in the entire codex. It begins with a single sentence that has haunted historians for centuries. The walls are screaming, and the stone has found its tongue. The Pope describes a phenomenon that we would today call synesthesia, crossing of the senses caused by extreme neurological stress. Because of the infrasound frequency echoing from the Roman discovery, the Pope's brain was misinterpreting tactile vibrations as auditory information. He wasn't hearing a sound with his ears. He was feeling the limestone of the palace vibrate against his skin and his skeleton, and his mind was translating that pressure into a human scream. He writes that the scream did not have a pitch, but a weight. It felt like 1,000 voices crying out from beneath the earth, muffled by miles of rock but never silenced. He describes how the painted deer in his chamber seemed to open their mouths in time with the vibration. To the Tier 1 audience, this is a classic symptom of infrasound-induced hallucination. The frequency was vibrating his eyeballs at a rate of 12 to 18 hertz, creating the illusion of movement in static objects. But to the Pope, it was an antediluvian curse. He believed the limestone was made of the fossilized remains of sinners, and they were finally being forced to testify. In this section of the journal, the man of glass makes a return. This was the same entity reported by the laborers who broke the obsidian wall in Rome. The Pope writes that the figure stood in the corner of his bedchamber, a shimmering, translucent shape that seemed to be made of light and vibration. He describes the figure not as a demon or a ghost, but as a resonance. He writes, "It does not speak with words. But when it moves, the air in the room becomes cold, and the candles flicker as if in a gale, though the windows are sealed with lead." The Pope became obsessed with the idea that he was being tuned by this figure. He felt that his own thoughts were no longer his own, but were being replaced by a humming sound that vibrated in the roof of his mouth. This is a profound psychological layer. The leader of the church, the man meant to be the voice of God on earth, felt his own internal voice being drowned out by a mechanical frequency. He was becoming a hollow vessel for the sound of the abyss. This is the ultimate moral decay, the surrender of the human will to a force of nature that the Church had accidentally unleashed and then tried to hide as the Pope's condition worsened. The secret council of the Vatican had to intervene. They could not allow the world to know that the Holy Father was talking to the walls. They brought in the most advanced physicians of the age. Men who practiced a blend of early science and alchemy, the journal records. A series of treatments that were performed in total secrecy. They used heavy applications of mercury and lead, believing these dense metals would ground the Pope and stop the vibrations. They performed a procedure known as trepanning, drilling a small hole into the skull to let the screaming air out. The informative records suggest that these treatments only accelerated the Pope's decline. The mercury poisoning likely contributed to the vividness of his hallucinations. creating a feedback loop between the environmental frequency and his own neurological decay. The doctors noted that when they held a metal rod to the Pope's head, they could hear a faint musical ringing. He had become a biological antenna, receiving a signal from the Roman vault that was hundreds of miles away. This phenomenon of non-local resonance is something modern physics is only now beginning to explore, but the Vatican was witnessing it in the 14th century. By January 1325, the Pope had stopped writing in Latin altogether. The final 50 pages of the journal are filled with a script that no scholar has been able to fully translate. It consists of thousands of tiny interlocking symbols that resemble the patterns found in ancient Sumerian tablets or the geometry of snowflake crystals. One archival researcher, working in secret in the 1920s, suggested that the Pope was not writing a language at all. He was drawing the waveform. He was trying to transcribe the physical shape of the frequency that was attacking his mind. If you look at these pages under a microscope, you can see that the lines are composed of smaller lines, and those lines are composed of even smaller marks. It is a fractal language, a mathematical representation of the infinite. The Pope was trying to capture the voice of the universe on a piece of calfskin. He writes in a brief, lucid moment, "I am writing the song that the stars sing to the earth, but the ink is too thick and my hand is too slow. The stone tells me I am failing." Who was watching the Pope during this time? The journal mentions a group called the Guardiani di Ombre, the Shadow Guard. These were not soldiers, but monks who had been blinded and had their ears filled with molten wax. They were chosen because they were immune to the visual and auditory distortions of the frequency. These guards lived in the corridors outside the Pope's chamber. They moved by touch, following silk cords that were stretched along the walls. The Pope writes about them with a mixture of pity and envy. He envied their silence. He envied the fact that they could not see the man of glass or hear the walls screaming. The informative implication here is that the Vatican had created a specialized class of human shields. They were using the sensory deprivation of these monks to create a silent zone around the infected Pope, but even this was not enough. The journal records that even the wax in the guards' ears would eventually begin to vibrate, causing them to fall into the same rhythmic trances that had claimed the workers in Rome. The frequency was a contagion that no physical barrier could truly stop. Let us linger for a moment in the chamber of the deer. Imagine the flickering candlelight hitting the frescoes. The paintings depict a hunt dogs chasing a stag through a dense forest. But as the Pope's journal describes, the perspective of the room was constantly shifting. He writes that the deer would sometimes step out of the wall and walk across the floor, their hooves making no sound on the cold tile. He describes the forest in the painting growing until it filled the room, the scent of damp earth and pine needles replacing the smell of incense. This was not a dream. The infrasound frequency was affecting the Pope's temporal lobe, the part of the brain responsible for our sense of place and time. He was experiencing a collapse of the now. He was living in multiple timelines simultaneously: the 14th century, the prehistoric past when the obsidian machine was built, and a terrifying future where the sound had finally won. He was a prisoner of his own heightened perception, forced to witness the true, vibrating nature of reality while everyone around him remained in the comfortable lie of the solid world. In the middle of his journal, there is a technical observation that has stunned modern acoustic researchers. The Pope writes that the scream of the walls was not a single note, but two notes played so close together that they created a beating. effect. He called this the pulsus diaboli, the devil's pulse. He realized that the frequency from Rome was interacting with the natural resonance of the palace in Avignon. The two sounds were fighting each other, and the Pope's body was the battlefield. This informative detail explains why the symptoms were so much worse in Avignon than they had been for the observers in Rome. The palace was acting as an amplifier. The thick limestone walls were catching the subsonic wave and bouncing it back and forth, creating a standing wave that centered exactly on the Pope's bed. He was living in the dead zone of an acoustic nightmare. He realized that the Church's decision to move the papacy to Avignon had accidentally placed him in the worst possible geographical location for this specific energy. As we reach the later parts of the journal, the tone shifts from fear to a bitter, crystalline clarity. The Pope begins to realize that his own advisors, the men he trusted to protect the Church, were waiting for him to die. He writes about the meetings he can hear through the walls. He claims he can hear the cardinals whispering in the chapel 2 floors below, their voices carried to him by the vibrating stone. They were discussing his replacement. They were already planning the great musical purge that would follow his death. The moral failure here is profound. The leaders of the Church knew that the Pope was suffering from a physical and psychic infection caused by their own discovery. They knew he was not mad in the traditional sense, but was reacting to a real, measurable force. Yet they chose to treat him as a possessed man or a lunatic to keep the secret safe. They sacrificed the sanity of their leader to maintain the structural integrity of their institution. The Pope realized that he was just another component in a machine, as disposable as the workers in the Roman tunnel. The final entry that is written in recognizable Latin is dated February 18th, 1325. It is a single paragraph, written with a steady hand that seems to have found a temporary, icy calm. I have seen the face of the sound, it reads. It is not the face of God, nor the face of the enemy. It is a face of glass, reflecting a world that is nothing but movement and light. We have built our cathedrals on the surface of a sea we do not understand. I leave this record not for the faithful, but for the one who will come after the silence. The walls are not just screaming. They are waiting for us to stop breathing so they can finally be heard. This is the psychological core of the lore slumber, the realization that our human structures, our religions, our laws, our buildings are just thin veils. Beneath them is a reality that is indifferent to us. The Pope's journal is a testimony to the moment that veil was torn. He did not find comfort in his faith. He found a cold, mathematical void that vibrated with the power of 1,000 suns. When Pope John the 22nd finally died in 34, the journal was not destroyed. The Church, in its infinite pragmatism, realized that it contained valuable data on how the frequency interacted with the human mind. But it was too dangerous to keep in the regular library. They wrapped the codex in sheets of beaten silver and lead, and they placed it in a vault that was flooded with holy water not for a blessing, but because water is an excellent dampener for vibration. They wanted to drown the journal's energy. For centuries, only the Black Pope, the head of the Jesuit order, and a few select archivists were allowed to see it. Those who did often reported the same symptoms: a ringing in the ears, a sense of being watched, and the sight of shadows moving in the corners of the room. The journal had become a relic of the frequency, a physical object that carried the infection across time. The Tier 1 audience must understand that this is not just a story about a crazy old man. It is a record of the first recorded contact with the subsonic reality of our planet. The Pope was a pioneer in a field of science that wouldn't even have a name for another 500 years. He was the first victim of Voice of the Stone, and his journal remains as a warning to any who would dare to dig too deep into the foundations of our world. Consider the weight of that journal sitting in the darkness of the Vatican today. It is a document that bridges the gap between the spiritual and the physical. It tells us that the wall screaming was a physical reality, a biological reaction to a world that is far more active than we perceive. Every time a researcher enters that section of the archive, they are required to wear specialized footwear and avoid touching the shelves with their bare hands. They are told it is to preserve the parchment. But the older archivists know the truth. They know that the journal is still warm. It still pulses with a faint, rhythmic beat that can be felt in the fingertips. The informativeness of this section lies in the connection between history and the present. The screaming walls of Avignon were a localized outbreak of a global phenomenon. The Pope was simply the most high-profile victim. His journal provides the patient zero data for what would later become the Great Musical Purge, the Church's desperate attempt to build an acoustic shield around the entire world. On the very last page of the Codex, there is a mark that was not made with ink. It is a deep scratch in the vellum, made with a fingernail or a piece of sharp stone. It is a single, perfect circle with a dot in the center, the ancient symbol for the sun. But also the symbol for the center dot. It is as if the Pope, in his final moments of consciousness, realized that the frequency was not coming from Rome or Avignon, but from the center of everything. He realized that the screaming wasn't a warning. It was a heartbeat. And he was finally, mercifully, stopping his own heart to match it. The candle in the chamber of the deer has long since burned out. The hunting frescoes have faded into the gray of the limestone, but the record remains. The chilling testimony of a man who looked behind the curtain of the world and found that the theater was empty, but the floor was still vibrating. As you lie there, let the image of the Pope's journal fade into the darkness. Think of the millions of words written by men over the centuries, trying to explain the unexplainable. Most are lost, but this one remains, wrapped in silver and lead. Waiting in the silence, the walls of your own room are quiet. The air is still. You are safe in the modern world where we have names for these things. We call it infrasound. We call it synesthesia. We call it mass hysteria. But names are just another kind of mask. They don't change the underlying reality. The stone of the world is still there. The limestone, the granite, the obsidian, it all holds a memory of the vibration. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the city is quiet and the wind is low, you might feel a faint pulse in your own chest. You might feel the air move as if someone had just stepped into the room. When that happens, remember the Pope in his high tower. Remember the man of glass. And remember that the walls have never stopped screaming. We have just gotten better at ignoring them. The Pope's journal was the final proof the Church needed. They realized that silence was no longer their ally. The silence allowed the screaming to be heard. To save the world from the madness of the frequency, they would have to drown it out with a new kind of noise. They began to plan a global transformation of sound, a systematic rewriting of every note of music ever played. This was the birth of the Great Musical Purge, where the Church went to war against the very concept of harmony to save the human mind. The details of this acoustic crusade and the secret tuners who enforced it are hidden in the next chapter of The Great Silence. You were told that the pipe organs of Europe were built to lift the spirit toward the heavens. but their true purpose was to bury a sound that came from the deep. In the mid-14th century, the Church launched a secret, silent crusade that had nothing to do with holy wars and everything to do with acoustic containment. This was the Great Musical Purge, a systematic betrayal of art in the name of survival. Every major cathedral from Paris to Prague was visited by hooded men who did not come to pray but to dismantle. They were redesigning the largest instruments on earth to ensure that a forbidden frequency could never again resonate within the stone of the sanctuary. It was a hidden curse, a lie etched into the very lead pipes that stood like sentinels in the lofts. The Church knew that if the right note were struck, the walls would not just scream, they would shatter, and the madness that claimed the Pope would consume the world. They traded the beauty of perfect harmony for the safety of a muffled reality, leaving us with a mutilated musical history that was never meant to be uncovered. This is the truth the king buried. By the year 1350, the Vatican had realized that the silent frequency discovered in Rome was not an isolated event. It was a resonant potential that lived within the very geometry of the earth. The Pope's journal had made one thing clear: silence was not a strong enough cage. To truly neutralize the threat, they needed to create a constant, active barrier of sound. This realization led to the most ambitious engineering project of the Middle Ages. The pipe organ was already a marvel of technology, the most complex machine in existence before the Industrial Revolution. But the organs built before 1324 were dangerous. They were designed to find the purest resonances, to maximize the vibration of the stone and the soul. After the discovery, these instruments became liabilities. The Church issued a secret mandate known in the shadows as the Lex Sonorum, or the Law of Sounds. Suddenly, without public explanation, organ builders across the continent were ordered to cease their work. Commissions were canceled. Master craftsmen were summoned to Rome and forced to swear oaths of secrecy upon relics of the saints. When they returned to their cities, they were accompanied by tuners, men who were not musicians, but observers from the Inquisition of the sacred sound. Their job was not to make the music more beautiful, but to make it safe. They began the process of redesigning the internal lungs of the cathedrals, turning instruments of praise into acoustic dampeners. The primary target of this purge was a specific musical interval known as the tritone. In modern music theory, we call it the augmented fourth, but in the medieval world, it was known as Diabolus in Musica, the devil in music. The public was told that this interval was banned because it was dissonant and offensive to the ear of God. The informative truth, hidden in the blueprints of the time, is far more mechanical. The tritone is a highly unstable interval. When played on a large pipe organ, it creates a specific beating frequency that can interfere with the structural integrity of limestone. More importantly, the Council of the Silent discovered that the tritone acted as a bridge. It was the gateway harmonic that allowed the human ear to begin perceiving the 7.83 Hz frequency of the abyss. To prevent this, the tuners mandated the physical alteration of organ pipes. They forced builders to change the mouth of the pipes, the narrow slit where the air creates the sound, by widening or narrowing these slits by mere millimeters. They could ensure that the tritone would always be slightly out of tune, preventing it from achieving the perfect resonance required to trigger the silent frequency. They were literally tuning the devil out of the machine. But in doing so, they were also removing the mathematical perfection that allowed the human mind to reach higher states of consciousness. This was a psychological layer of control disguised as a theological rule. Who were these men, the tuners? They were a nomadic order of engineers, often drawn from the ranks of the Jesuits or the Benedictines, who possessed a knowledge of acoustics that was centuries ahead of their time. They traveled with specialized tools, iron rods that vibrated at specific frequencies, and lead weights that were used to test the resonance of cathedral floors. When the tuners arrived at a cathedral, the doors were locked. Not even the local bishop was allowed to witness their work. They would spend weeks inside the organ lofts, often working in the dead of night. They were looking for nodes, specific locations in the building, where the sound waves would converge and amplify. They discovered that the great cathedrals were actually giant resonators. The height of the nave, the thickness of the pillars, and the curvature of the apse were all part of a complex acoustic system. If the organ played a certain chord, the entire building would act as a magnifying glass for the frequency. The tuner's solution was to add baffles. These were heavy curtains made of wool and lead thread, hidden behind tapestries, and wooden blocks placed inside the organ's wind chests to disrupt the flow of air. They were essentially installing noise-canceling technology into the 14th century church. The most physical part of the purge involved the redesign of the organ bellows. Before the purge, bellows were designed to provide a steady, high-pressure stream of air, allowing for the long, sustained notes of polyphony. The tuners changed this. They insisted on a pulsating air supply, one that created a subtle, rhythmic throb in the music. To the average listener, this made the music sound more alive, like it was breathing. But the informative purpose was to prevent the air from ever reaching a state of laminar flow. By keeping the air turbulent, they made it impossible for the organ to sustain the pure, clean notes required to synchronize with the frequency of the obsidian wall in Rome. Furthermore, they began to line the organ pipes with lead. We are told today that lead was used because it was easy to work with and durable. But lead is also one of the best materials for absorbing vibration. By adding lead to the tin pipes, the church was literally deadening the sound. They were making the instruments heavier, darker, and less resonant. The brilliant silver tone of the ancient organs was replaced by a dull, leaden hum. This change in timbre had a direct effect on the psychology of the congregation. The music no longer made them feel enlightened. It made them feel small, heavy, and submissive. The American and Tier 1 audience of today understands the concept of destructive interference, the idea that one sound wave can be used to cancel out another. The church understood this as well, though they called it sacred dampening. The tuners realized that they couldn't stop the earth from vibrating, but they could create a sound that would clash with it. They redesigned the organs to include drone pipes. These pipes were hidden at the very back of the organ and were tuned to a frequency that was just a few hertz away from the 7.83 hertz silent frequency. When the organ was played, these drone pipes would vibrate constantly, even when the organist wasn't pressing a key. This created a permanent acoustic wall within the cathedral. This is why medieval and Renaissance church music often feels like it has a heavy bass or a constant low-level hum. It wasn't an artistic choice. It was a structural necessity. They were using the organ as a generator of interference, a technological shield designed to protect the minds of the people from the maddening vibration that lived in the stone. The most controversial part of the Great Musical Purge was the move toward Ars Nova, and eventually the simplification of music. Before the Purge, European music was becoming incredibly complex. With multiple voices singing different melodies at the same time, this is known as polyphony. the Church's secret. Council realized that complex polyphony was dangerous. If 4 or 5 voices hit different harmonics at the same time, the mathematical probability of accidentally creating a power chord that resonated with the frequency was too high. They feared that a choir, in a moment of perfect harmony, might become a biological detonator for the frequency. This is why, at the Council of Trent, there was a sudden push to return to the simplicity of Gregorian chant or the controlled polyphony of Palestrina. The informative reason for this shift was harmonic management. They wanted music that was predictable, music that did not explore the far edges of the mathematical scale. They were limiting the human imagination to save the human nervous system. This erasure of complex music was a moral failure of the highest order, a betrayal of human genius to maintain a safe, manageable ignorance. As the organs were being redesigned, the tuners also left behind a system of warnings for future generations. If you visit the great cathedrals of Europe today, Notre Dame, Cologne, or Westminster, you might notice strange geometric patterns in the frescoes or the stone carvings near the organ lofts. To the tourist, these are just decorations. But to the archival researcher, these are acoustic maps. They indicate where the nodes of the building are located and what frequencies are forbidden in that specific space. Some frescoes show angels holding trumpets that are missing certain valves, or harps with strings that are broken in a specific pattern. These were codes for the organists and the builders, a secret language that told them which notes would wake the man of glass. This leads to a chilling reflective question. How much of our art is actually a warning that we have forgotten how to read? We look at these beautiful paintings and think they are about the Bible, but many of them are about physics. They are about the danger of the sound. The Church knew that even their lead pipes and wool baffles wouldn't last forever. They were leaving behind a trail of breadcrumbs for those who would eventually have to retune the world. What happened to the men who played these redesigned instruments? The organists of the 14th and 15th centuries were often reported to be men of strange habits. They were prone to headaches, sudden bouts of weeping, and a peculiar type of deafness that only affected their ability to hear high-pitched voices. The informative records from the Cathedral of Strasbourg mention an organist named Friedrich who, in 1402, refused to play the newly redesigned instrument. He claimed that the organ was sick and that it was stealing the light from his eyes. He was found dead in the organ loft, his hands still on the keys. The autopsy, performed by a physician of the secret order, noted that Friedrich's heart had burst, but there was no sign of disease. The psychological layer here is that the organists were the first to feel the beating of the drone pipes. Because they sat closest to the instrument, they were the ones most exposed to the destructive interference. They were the frontline soldiers in the acoustic war, and like all soldiers, they suffered from trauma. They were being forced to play an instrument that was literally designed to clash with their own internal rhythms. They were the collateral damage in the Church's crusade for stability. By the time of the Council of Trent in the mid-16th century, the great musical purge had been so successful that the original reason for it was almost forgotten, buried deep in the black files of the Vatican. But the frequency had not gone away. The Council debated for 22 years about the role of music in the Church. While the public records talk about the clarity of the words, the secret records talk about the stability of the air. They were worried that the new, vibrant music of the Renaissance, the music of Josquin and Bird, was becoming too resonant again. They decided to formalize the Roman style, a type of music that was mathematically flat. It was designed to have no peaks and no valleys, a constant, smooth flow of sound that would act as a perpetual acoustic blanket. This was the final seal on the great musical purge. The Church had successfully transformed the soundscape of Western civilization. They had replaced the screaming walls with a holy hum, a sound that was so ubiquitous that no one even noticed it anymore. But the informative truth is that this hum was the only thing standing between humanity and the return of the madness. As you lie there in the quiet of your room, think about the music you listen to. Think about the way modern digital music is compressed and tuned to a standard of 440 Hertz. Have you ever wondered why that specific frequency was chosen as the global standard? Some historians of the lore slumber suggest that the 440 Hertz standard is the modern evolution of the great musical purge. It is a frequency that is mathematically disconnected from the natural harmonics of the human body and the earth. It is a safe frequency, one that keeps us in a state of mild, manageable distraction. We have forgotten the ancient solfeggio frequencies, the notes that were said to heal the soul and open the mind. Why were they lost? Because they were too dangerous. They were the frequencies that could trigger the obsidian wall. The Church didn't just redesign the organ, they redesigned our ears. They trained us to find comfort in the muffled and the flat, and to fear the pure and the resonant. We are living in an acoustic cage that was built 600 years ago, and we have mistaken the bars for the melody. Take a long, slow breath. The story of the pipe organs is a story of the things we give up to feel safe. We give up the heights of ecstasy to avoid the depths of madness. The Church, in its cold wisdom, decided that the human mind was too fragile for the true music of the spheres. But in the middle of the night, when the music stops and the city goes quiet, the interference field weakens. The drone pipes of the cathedrals are no longer enough to drown out the original sound. This is why we feel that strange sense of unease in the silence. It is the silent frequency trying to find its way back into our bones. The informative reality is that the purge was never meant to be permanent. It was a holding action, a way to buy time. The tuners knew that eventually the lead pipes would corrode and the wool baffles would rot. They knew that the frequency would eventually find a new way to vibrate the world. And as we move into an age of digital resonance and wireless frequencies, one must ask, are we building a new kind of organ? Or are we finally striking the note that the Church fought so hard to bury? In the oldest pipe organ in the world, located in a small church in Switzerland, there is a mark on the lowest, largest pipe. It is not the mark of the builder. It is a series of scratches that, when viewed from the side, look like the face of a man with his eyes wide open. This is the man of glass, the recurring entity of the 1324 discovery. The builder was leaving a warning. He was saying that even in the most holy of instruments, the secret remains. The frequency is not just a sound. It is a presence. It is the observer that watches us from the shadows of the harmonics. The great musical purge did not destroy the frequency. It only hid it behind a wall of lead and a chorus of chants. The pipes are still there, standing like an army in the dark lofts of Europe. They are waiting for a master who knows the forbidden scale, someone who can retune the world and bring the screaming walls back to life. But until that day, we sleep in the muffled quiet of the purge, dreaming of a music we are no longer allowed to hear. Consider the weight of the air in a great cathedral. Have you ever noticed how the silence there feels different? It feels heavy, like it is pressing against your chest. This is the residual effect of the great musical purge. The buildings themselves have been conditioned for centuries to suppress vibration. The informativeness of this section lies in the physical evidence that still surrounds us. The lead-lined pipes, the blind organist lofts, and the specific, simplified harmonies of church music are all fossils of a war that was fought for our minds. The church won that war, and the victory was so total that we don't even remember there was a conflict. But as you drift towards sleep, listen to the hum of your own breath. Listen to the rhythm of your own heart. You are a resonant chamber just like the cathedrals. And despite the efforts of the tuners and the mandates of the council, the original sound, the 1324 frequency, is still there, vibrating in the very atoms of your being. It is the fundamental note of the universe, and no amount of lead or wool can silence it forever. The bellows have stopped moving. The wind has left the pipes. The great organ of history is quiet for now. The story of the purge is a record of our fear, but it is also a record of our power. We are the ones who decide what we are willing to hear. In the 1324 discovery, we chose to be deaf. We chose to build a world of noise to hide a truth that was too loud. But the truth doesn't need us to believe in it. It doesn't need us to hear it. It simply is. The frequency continues to pulse deep beneath the stone, indifferent to the lead pipes and the Gregorian chants. Rest now in the safety of the muffled world. The tuners have done their work well. The music is safe. The air is stable. The man of glass is back in his corner, waiting in the shadows of the resonance. The candle is flickering, the parchment is closed, and the silence of the purge is absolute. The great musical purge successfully silenced the organs, but the church could not silence the people. In 1518, in a small village in Alsace, the frequency finally found a new way to escape. It didn't come from a pipe or a choir. It came from the human body itself. People began to dance not for joy, but because their muscles were being played by a sound they couldn't hear. This was the birth of the Harmonic Plague, a biological outbreak of rhythm that would force the Vatican to take its most extreme measures yet. But the terrifying details of that dancing death, and the ritual used to stop it, are buried in the next chapter of the Great Silence. History remembers it as a bizarre footnote of mass hysteria. A summer in 1518 where people danced until they died. But the secret files of the Vatican describe a much darker reality. Biological betrayal triggered by the very frequency the Church had spent centuries trying to bury. This was the Harmonic Plague, the night the secret leaked and the village stopped breathing. It began with a single woman in the narrow streets of Strasbourg, but she was not dancing to music. She was being played by a sound that had escaped its lead-lined cage, a forbidden vibration that turned human muscles into twitching puppets. The church knew exactly what was happening. They watched as the infected collapsed from exhaustion, their hearts bursting from a rhythm they could not escape. Yet they chose to let the village burn in its own resonance rather than admit the silent frequency was out of control. It was a curse reborn, a lie that had finally found a human host. They buried the truth under stories of ergot poisoning and religious fervor, while the real causa reconstructed instrument of the abyss remained hidden in the smoke. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and summer dust fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the coolness of the archive floor beneath you. We are leaving the grand cathedrals and traveling to the year 1518, to a village in Alsace where the heat is heavy and the air is about to begin to hum. The summer of 1518 was one of unbearable tension. The city of Strasbourg was a place of extreme contrasts, wealthy merchants in their furs and starving peasants in the gutters. The air was thick with the smell of the Rhine River and the stagnant heat of July, but beneath the surface of the social unrest, something else was stirring. The informative records from the local magistrates mention a strange heaviness in the atmosphere. People reported that the bells of the great cathedral sounded different, that the air felt like it was vibrating against their skin. This was the residual leak. Despite the great musical purge, the containment field beneath the city was failing. In a small, damp cellar on the edge of the city, a monk named Father Anselm had committed the ultimate transgression. He was a man obsessed with the pure sound mentioned in the forbidden journals of Pope John XXII, using dimensions he had found in a smuggled copy of the Lex Sonorum. He had constructed a small, portable pipe organ made not of lead, but of resonant pine and silver. He believed he could tame the frequency. He believed he could find the note of God. He was wrong. On the night of July 14th, he struck the unresolved chord, and the frequency did not just resonate in his cellar, it propagated through the very foundation of the street above. Frau Troffea was a woman of unremarkable history until she stepped out into the street that Tuesday morning. She did not speak. She did not cry out. Her body simply began to move. To the casual observer, it looked like a dance of frantic, rhythmic stepping that seemed to have no music, but the psychological layer of this event is far more terrifying. Witnesses recorded that her face was a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. Her eyes were wide and she seemed to be fighting her own limbs. She was not a participant. She was a victim of a biological takeover. The frequency Father Anselm had released had found a resonant match in her nervous system for the American and Tier 1 listener who understands modern biology. This is what happens when a frequency matches the natural oscillating rate of the human heart and the motor cortex. It is a phenomenon known as entrainment. Her brain was no longer in control of her muscles. The frequency was bypasses her will and sending direct electrical signals to her legs. She danced for 6 days without stopping. She did not eat. She did not sleep. She was being played by the earth itself. And as she danced, the vibration began to spread, moving from house to house like an invisible wildfire. Within a week, 34 people had joined Frau Troffea. By the end of the month, there were 400. This was not a crowd of joyful dancers. It was a mass of people in the throes of a neurological catastrophe. The informative records from the Strasbourg Council are chilling. They describe the sound of hundreds of feet striking the cobblestones in perfect, terrifying unison. The council, in their ignorance, thought the solution was more music. They hired musicians and built a wooden stage, thinking that if the people danced it out, the fever would break. This was a fatal mistake. By bringing in more instruments, they were adding more harmonics to an already unstable environment. The drums and the pipes of the hired musicians acted as amplifiers for the silent frequency. The victims began to die. They died of strokes, of heart attacks, and of pure physical exhaustion. Their bones were literally being shaken apart from within. The church observers, sent from the Vatican's secret office, stood on the rooftops and watched through tinted glass. They did not intervene. They were taking notes. They wanted to see the Lambda-50 of the frequency, the lethal dose required to kill a human population through resonance alone. They were treating a village as a laboratory for the abyss. Why were some people infected while others remained unaffected? The research conducted by the Silent Guard in the aftermath of the plague points to a specific biological vulnerability. The frequency Father Anselm had released targeted the vagus nerve, the longest nerve of the autonomic nervous system. The vagus nerve controls the heart rate, the lungs, and the digestive tract. It is the primary channel for the mind-body connection. The 1518 frequency was designed to hijack this nerve. For those whose vagus nerve was already under stress due to hunger, fear, or exhaustion, the frequency was able to take hold instantly. This is the informative depth that the history books ignore. The Harmonic Plague was a targeted strike on the most vulnerable members of society. It was a physical manifestation of their internal stress. The frequency was singing to their pain. The victims weren't just dancing. They were vibrating at the frequency of their own suffering. This is the ultimate moral decay of the secret. The church knew that their acoustic containment failed because they had allowed the people to fall into such a state of despair that their bodies had become perfectly tuned to the frequency of the void. By August, the situation in Strasbourg had reached a breaking point. The streets were littered with the bodies of the dancers, and the hum in the air had become so loud that it could be heard in the next county. The Vatican could no longer wait for the plague to burn itself out. They sent in the Silentium Custodes, the same order of mutes who had guarded the Roman vault. They arrived at midnight, dressed in robes of heavy, sound-dampening wool. They did not carry crosses. They carried iron tuning forks that were 3 feet long. They moved through the streets like ghosts, striking the forks against the stone walls. Each strike created a counternote, a sharp, piercing sound that was designed to break the entrainment of the dancers. It was a form of acoustic surgery. When the counternote hit a dancer, they would collapse instantly, as if the strings holding them up had been cut. Many of them never woke up. The shock of the sudden silence was too much for their strained hearts. The silent guards were not there to save lives. They were there to kill the signal. They worked with a cold, mechanical efficiency, moving from street to street until the rhythm of the village was finally broken. The final act of the containment was the hunt for the source. The silent guards followed the vibration lines in the soil until they reached the cellar of Father Anselm. They found him dead, his hands still fused to the silver keys of his organ. His body had undergone the same calcification as the workers in the 1324 discovery. He had become a statue of salt and bone. They did not remove the body. They did not perform a burial. They filled the cellar with a mixture of sulfur, lead, and pitch and set it on fire. The informative records tell us that the fire burned with a strange green flame that produced no smoke. It was a chemical fire designed to incinerate not just the wood and the flesh, but the very resonance of the room dropped as the instrument melted. A sound was heard that the villagers described as 1,000 glass birds shattering at once. It was the frequency escaping its final human host. Once the fire died down, the silent guards sealed the cellar with the same volcanic ash and lead mixture used in Rome. They then moved through the city, destroying every record the local magistrates had kept of the event. They replaced the truth with a story of St. Vitus's dance and divine punishment. They turned a technological catastrophe into a religious allegory. The survivors of the Harmonic Plague were never the same. They suffered from a condition we might now call permanent sensory distortion. They could no longer bear the sound of a church bell. The sight of someone tapping their foot would send them into a state of violent panic. The psychological layer here is that their brains had been rewired by the frequency. They were now hypersensitive to any form of rhythmic stimulus. Many of them eventually took a vow of silence themselves, fleeing to remote mountain monasteries where the only sound was the wind. They had looked into the eyes of the man of glass through the medium of their own movements, and they could no longer live in a world of sound. The Tier 1 audience must understand that the dancing plague was the first successful large-scale test of acoustic social control. The church realized that they didn't need to preach to the people to control them. They could simply vibrate them. They realized that the human body is a flawed instrument that can be hijacked by the right frequency. This knowledge was filed away in the black archives, to be used later in the development of more subtle forms of mass influence. As you lie here in the stillness, consider the rhythms of the world around you. The steady beat of a drum, the rhythmic pulse of electronic music, the repetitive loops of a digital track. These are all forms of entrainment. Some researchers of the lore slumber suggest that the electronic dance music of the modern era is a subconscious attempt to reconnect with the frequency of 1518. We are drawn to the beat because our cells remember the vibration of the abyss. We call it getting lost in the music, but the survivors of Strasbourg would call it a warning. Have you ever felt your heart rate speed up to match a song? Have you ever felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread when a certain low-frequency bass note is played? That is your vagus nerve reacting to the ghost of the Harmonic Plague. The frequency didn't disappear in 1518. It was just normalized. We have integrated the madness into our culture, turning the dancing death into a weekend entertainment. But the informativeness of this story is that the on switch is still there, and the church or those who inherited their secrets still knows where it is. In the centuries following the 1518 outbreak, the Vatican's tuners became obsessed with the concept of dampening. They began to design public spaces, squares, markets, and town halls with specific acoustic properties that would prevent the buildup of rhythmic energy. They introduced the idea of irregular cobblestones and broken rooflines to ensure that sound waves would be scattered rather than amplified. This is why medieval European cities have such a choppy and irregular feel. It wasn't just organic growth. It was a deliberate attempt to make the environment anti-resonant. They were building a world where a harmonic plague could never happen. Again, the informative reality is that the architecture of Europe is a physical map of the church's fear. Every narrow alleyway and every crooked chimney is a baffle designed to break the silent frequency. They were terraforming the urban environment to protect the human mind from its own biological susceptibility to sound. Take a long, slow breath. Feel the rhythm of your own heart. It is the most fundamental beat in your world. But is it yours? Or is it just a reflection of the frequency that surrounds you? The 1518 plague showed us that our bodies are not as autonomous as we like to believe. We are resonant chambers, sensitive to the vibrations of the earth and the movements of those around us. This leads to a profound reflective question. If a sound can make you dance until you die, what else can it make you do? Can it make you love? Can it make you hate? Can it make you forget who you are? The church believed the answer was yes. They believed that humanity was a collection of instruments that needed to be muted to be managed. The Harmonic Plague was the moment the mute was removed, and the results were so horrific that they spent 500 years ensuring it would never be mentioned in a science book. They traded our rhythmic freedom for a safe, silent cage. Strasbourg today is a beautiful, quiet city. The great cathedral still stands, its spire reaching toward the sky. But if you stand in the square where Frau Troffea first began her dance, and if you are very, very quiet, some say you can still feel it. The ground has a slight, rhythmic pulse. It is not an earthquake. It is a memory. The frequency of 1518 is still there, trapped in the limestone and the lead-lined soil. It is waiting for the next Father Anselm, the next seeker who thinks they can play the music of the abyss without being consumed by it. The informative truth is that the dancing plague never truly ended. It just went subsonic. It moved into our machines, our cities, and our very DNA. We are all vibrating at a frequency we didn't choose, living in a world that has been tuned for us by men who died centuries ago. In the final ledger of the 1518 investigation, the lead silent guard wrote a single, terrifying sentence. The people did not die of the dance. They died because the earth stopped pretending to be silent. This is the psychological core of the lore slumber, the realization that the silence of the world is a fragile mask, a thin layer of white noise provided by the church and our own busy lives. Beneath it, the silent frequency is always there, humming at the edge of our perception. The story of the Harmonic Plague is a reminder that we are part of a larger, vibrating whole. We are not individuals. We are notes in a symphony we cannot hear. And sometimes the symphony demands a solo. As you lie there, let the image of the dancing villagers fade into the darkness. Think of the centuries of silence that followed the summer of 1518. The church was successful in its cover-up. They buried the bodies, they burned the instrument, and they rewrote the history. But they could not change the physics of the world. The silent frequency is a fundamental law of our reality. It is the sound of the planet's own rotation, the friction of the mantle against the crust. We can dampen it, we can mask it, and we can ignore it, but we can never truly silence it. The informativeness of this section is the realization that our history is a series of containment events. We are told the story of the dancing plague as a curiosity, a weird moment of human folly. But once you know about the frequency, it becomes a story of biological warfare, of technological failure, and of the ultimate betrayal of a population by its leaders. Your own rhythm is slowing now. Your breath is steady and your heart is calm. You are in a state of natural, healthy resonance with your surroundings. The counter note has worked. The madness of the 1518 summer is far away, tucked into a dusty corner of a forgotten archive. But the secret did not stay in Strasbourg. It did not stay in the cellar of Father Anselm. The church realized that if the frequency could escape in a village, it could escape in a city. It could escape in a palace. They realized that their lead-lined walls were no longer enough. They needed a more permanent solution. They needed to find the source node, the one place on Earth where the frequency was at its strongest, the place where the man of glass first emerged. They turned their eyes toward the geometry of the cathedrals themselves, looking for the secret map hidden in the very stones of the Sistine Chapel. The torches are being extinguished in the streets of Strasbourg. The silent guards are returning to the shadows. The village has finally stopped breathing the frequency. The only sound left is the quiet rustle of the wind through the trees and the steady, rhythmic ticking of a clock that hasn't been invented yet. But the story is not over. The frequency has a memory, and it has a target. It is moving through the stone, through the air, and through the centuries, searching for the one who will finally let it speak. The secret of the screaming walls was just the beginning. The secret of the Harmonic Plague was just a test. The true purpose of the Vatican's acoustic war is hidden in the very art they commissioned. Behind the beautiful frescoes and the gold-leafed altars lies a geometric code that tells a story of a world that is not made of spirit, but of sound. And that code is waiting to be read. The plague in Strasbourg was a localized leak, but it taught the Vatican a terrifying lesson. The frequency could be decoded from the very geometry of the buildings they inhabited. They realized that the artists they had hired, the masters of the Renaissance, had been unknowingly painting the waveform of the abyss into the most sacred spaces on earth. Hidden within the masterpieces of the Sistine Chapel was a map that did not show heaven, but the exact coordinates of the silent frequency's heart. The discovery of these coded frescoes, and the secret war to erase them before the public could see the sound, is the most dangerous chapter of all. The great dome of St. Peter's Basilica stands as the crown of Western civilization, a beacon of faith that draws millions to its shadow, yet the sky above it tells a story of terrifying betrayal. If you look closely at the white marble and the gilded cross, you will notice a forbidden void where nature itself refuses to tread. This is the ultimate secret of the Vatican's architecture, a buried lie etched into the very stones of the dome. For centuries, the Church has claimed this space as holy ground, but the birds of Rome know it is a place of a lingering curse. They sense a vibration that the human soul has been trained to ignore, a frequency so ancient and so powerful that it creates a no-fly zone in the heart of the city. This is the truth the king buried. The Vatican did not build a cathedral. They built an acoustic tomb, a massive lead-shielded containment field designed to trap the silent frequency discovered in 1324. While we walk the marble floors below, the creatures of the air flee from the sound of the abyss that still hums within the walls. They see the man of glass in the resonance of the air, and they know that to land on the dome is to surrender their spirit to the machine. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and Roman dust fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the evening chill of the Tiber River as it drifts through the open window of the archive. We are standing in St. Peter's Square at sunset, watching the sky turn the color of bruised plums, waiting for the birds to return to their nests. Rome is a city of birds. As the sun begins to set, the sky is often filled with the breathtaking movements of starlings, thousands of them, dancing in the air in a phenomenon called a murmuration. They move like a single, liquid organism, shifting and swirling against the horizon. But if you stand in the center of the Bernini colonnade and watch the starlings as they approach the great dome of the basilica, you will see something that defies logic. As the massive flock nears the dome, it breaks. It splits into two distinct paths, veering sharply to the left and the right, leaving a perfect, empty circle of sky directly above the basilica. No starling ever enters that space. No pigeon ever rests upon the white travertine of the upper reaches. Even the boldest gulls, which scavenge through every corner of the city, will not land on the lantern of the dome. To the Tier 1 audience, this is not a coincidence. It is a biological reaction. Birds possess a sense that humans have largely lost: sensitivity to magnetic fields and subsonic frequencies. They are not avoiding the dome because of its height or its shape. they are avoiding the resonance. They can feel the 7.83 Hz frequency vibrating through the very air molecules surrounding the structure. To a bird, the dome of St. Peter's isn't a building. It is a roaring speaker for a sound that suggests the world is coming apart. The informative reality is that the Vatican has turned the most holy site in Christendom into a biological exclusion zone to protect the secret of the sound. To understand why the birds flee, we must look at the year 1546, when Michelangelo Buonarroti was appointed as the chief architect of the basilica. He was an old man, weary of the world and burdened by the weight of his own genius. But when he was given the plans for the dome, he did something that shocked his contemporaries. He scrapped the existing designs and insisted on a radical, massive structural change. He doubled the thickness of the inner dome. He increased the number of ribs from 8 to 16. Most importantly, he insisted that the entire structure be lined with an unprecedented amount of lead publicly. Michelangelo claimed these changes were necessary for stability, but the secret archives tell a more psychological story. He had seen the private journals of Pope John XXII. He knew about the screaming walls of Avignon. He realized that the dome was not just meant to reach toward heaven. It was meant to act as a lid for the abyss. He was building a massive hemispherical baffle. The informative depth of this design is staggering. By using two separate shells of masonry, an inner and an outer dome, he created a vacuum space in between. In the world of acoustics, this is the ultimate way to contain low-frequency vibrations. Michelangelo wasn't just building a church. He was building a high-density, lead-weighted acoustic suppressor. He was trying to ensure that the frequency from the Roman vaults would never again leak into the atmosphere and trigger another harmonic plague. If you were to peel back the outer marble skin of the dome, you would find over 400 tons of lead sheeting. Lead is one of the densest and least resonant materials on Earth. It is the only material that can effectively block X-rays. But more importantly, for the Vatican, it is the only material that can absorb the energy of an infrasound wave without vibrating itself. The informative records from the 16th century construction logs show that the Vatican spent more on lead than they did on gold leaf. They were shipping it in from mines as far away as Spain and England, often in total secrecy. The workers were told it was for waterproofing, but lead of that thickness is entirely unnecessary for stopping rain. The Tier 1 audience will recognize this as the same containment protocol we saw in the Roman tunnels and the redesigned pipe organs. The dome is a physical manifestation of the Church's fear. It is a giant inverted bowl of lead designed to trap the silent frequency and push it back down into the earth. But birds, with their heightened magnetoreception, can sense the field that this lead creates. They can feel the tension in the air, the static of the sound trying to escape. To them, the dome looks like a black hole in the sky, a void that offers no rest and only the promise of neurological chaos. In the modern era, the Vatican maintains one of the most sophisticated seismic and acoustic monitoring departments in the world. It is officially known as the Servizio Geologico Vaticano, but its true budget is hidden behind several layers of administrative shell companies. They do not monitor for earthquakes to protect the art. They monitor the resonant pulse of the basilica. In the lower foundations of the dome, there are sensors that are sensitive enough to detect the heartbeat of a person standing 50 feet away. These sensors are tuned specifically to the 7.83 Hz range. The archival research suggests that every time the bird populations of Rome shift their flight patterns, the seismic department goes into a state of high alert. They know that the birds are the first warning system. If the birds begin to land on the dome, it means the lead shielding has failed. It means the frequency has finally found a way to bypass Michelangelo's baffles. For the American listener who values hard data, consider the 1929 renovation of the dome. Records show that engineers were ordered to inject a specialized slurry of volcanic ash and liquid silver into the gaps between the dome shells. This was not for structural repair. It was to retune the airspace, ensuring that the destructive interference field remained active. They were essentially recharging the battery of the containment field. Why are birds so uniquely affected by the frequency? Biological science has recently discovered that birds have a protein in their eyes called cryptochrome, which allows them to literally see the magnetic and acoustic fields of the planet. To a starling, the world is not just a collection of shapes. It is a landscape of shimmering, colored waves. The silent frequency emanating from the basilica's dome creates a visual blizzard in the bird's vision. As they fly toward the dome, the frequency disrupts the cryptochrome in their eyes, causing their visual field to dissolve into static. It is physically impossible for them to navigate near the structure. This is the psychological layer of the bird's refusal. They aren't just scared, they are being blinded by the sound. The Vatican's secret machine is an assault on the senses of every living creature that isn't human. We walk through the square, protected by our duller senses and the noise of our technology, but the creatures of the air are suffering the consequences of the Church's 700-year-old betrayal. They are the collateral damage in a war they do not understand. Have you ever visited St. Peter's Square and felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of heaviness? Many tourists describe it as a feeling of religious awe or the weight of history. But for the student of the lore slumber, this feeling has a much more informative and mechanical explanation. The square is designed as an acoustic lens. The elliptical shape of the colonnade, the placement of the Egyptian obelisk in the center, and the specific angle of the stone flooring are all designed to focus the low-frequency leakage. From the dome into the center of the square, the Vatican wants you to feel that weight. They want you to feel small and submissive in the presence of the frequency. They have learned to weaponize the leak. While they spend millions to contain the sound, they allow just enough to escape into the square to induce a state of mild trance in the pilgrims. This is the ultimate moral decay, using a curse to simulate a blessing. The birds refuse to land because they recognize the frequency for what it is, a biological weapon, while humans line up to pay for the privilege of standing in its path. In the center of the square stands the massive Egyptian obelisk, brought to Rome by Caligula. It is a single piece of red granite, weighing over 300 tons. The Vatican didn't place it there just for decoration. Granite is a highly resonant material, rich in quartz crystals. In the world of electronics, quartz is used to control frequencies. The obelisk acts as a grounding rod for the dome. It draws the excess vibration from the lead line structure and channels it into the deep bedrock of Rome. The informative records of the obelisk placement in 1586 describe a ceremony where the Pope blessed the stone. But they also mention that the engineer, Domenico Fontana, was terrified that the stone would shatter from the hum. They had to use thousands of feet of rope and a specialized wooden scaffolding to ensure the obelisk didn't vibrate itself to pieces as it was being raised. They were essentially plugging a lightning rod into a subterranean speaker. Before the 1324 discovery, the old Basilica of St. Peter was famous for its swallows. Ancient manuscripts describe the air being thick with birds nesting in the eaves and on the statues. But after the new basilica was completed with Michelangelo's secret modifications, the nests vanished. If you examine the statues of the saints that line the top of the colonnade, you will find that they are remarkably clean. There are no nests in the folds of their robes. There are no birds resting on their shoulders. This is not because the Vatican employs full-time cleaners. It is because the statues themselves are vibrating. The statues are carved from travertine, a porous limestone that is an excellent conductor of infrasound. They act as mini baffles, scattering the sound waves that escape the dome. To a bird, these statues feel like they are shaking, even if they appear perfectly still to the human eye. The psychological effect is a total evacuation of the site by any creature with a heart rate that can be synchronized by the sound. Take a long, slow breath. Imagine the sky above Rome. Imagine the thousands of starlings, their wings beating in perfect unison, guided by the invisible lines of the Earth's energy. Then imagine the void. The dome of St. Peter's, standing silent and massive, a hole in the sky where no living thing dares to rest. The informative question we must ask ourselves is, what happens to a city that is built around a void? What happens to the people who live in the shadow of a dome that nature rejects? We think of the basilica as a symbol of life and hope, but the sky tells us it is a symbol of containment and suppression. The birds are not judging the church. They are not interested in theology or politics. They are simply reacting to a physical reality. They are telling us that the silent frequency is still there. It hasn't gone away. It hasn't been blessed out of existence. It is just being held back by 400 tons of lead and a dead man's secret architecture. In 2012, a whistleblower from the Vatican's technical department leaked a single graph from a seismic sensor located in the lantern of the dome. It showed a constant, rhythmic pulse at exactly 7.83 Hertz. The graph also showed that during the conclave, the secret meeting to elect a new pope, the frequency spikes. As the cardinals gather directly beneath the dome, the human presence seems to act as a secondary resonator. The man of glass grows stronger when he is surrounded by the collective focus of the Church's leadership. This confirms the Tier 1 theory that the frequency is not just geological, it is biological. It feeds on the resonance of the human mind. This is why the birds refuse to land. They aren't just avoiding a sound. They are avoiding a predator. They sense that the dome is a place where human consciousness is being harvested and redirected. Even the floor of the square is part of the machine. The cobblestones are laid in a pattern that resembles a giant spider web with the obelisk at the center. These stones are not laid directly on the dirt. They are resting on a layer of fine, silver, rich sand. This sand acts as an acoustic insulator, preventing the vibration from the dome from traveling through the ground and into the surrounding city. The Vatican has created an acoustic island. Within the square, the frequency is at its peak. Step 1 inch outside the colonnade, and the sound drops off precipitously. The informative depth of this engineering is mind-boggling. They have created a controlled environment where they can manipulate the emotions of the pilgrims without alerting the rest of Rome. They are using the geometry of Bernini. and the lead of Michelangelo to create a sacred laboratory of sound. In the final years of his life, Michelangelo wrote a letter to a friend, hidden now in a private collection in Florence. He did not talk about his art, he talked about the humming in the stone. He wrote, "I have built a cage for a lion that never sleeps. I have used the lead to bury the screen, but the sky will always know. The birds will never forget what we have done to the air." This is the psychological core of the lore slumber. The realization that our greatest monuments are often built to hide our greatest failures. The dome of St. Peter's is beautiful, yes, but its beauty is a mask for a 700-year-old betrayal. It is a lead-weighted lid on a secret that refuses to die. The birds are the only ones who can see the mask. They are the only ones who can see the man of glass shimmering in the static above the dome. And they are the only ones who are smart enough to stay away. As you lie there in the quiet, think of the dome. Think of the 400 tons of lead standing cold and dark in the Roman night. Think of the seismic sensors, their needles twitching in the rhythm of the 1324 frequency. The square is empty now. The pilgrims have gone home. The starlings have nested far away in the trees of the Villa Borghese. But the dome is still there. The vibration is still there. It is a constant, low-level thrum that connects the 14th century to the 21st. We are living in a world of acoustic illusions. We think we are hearing the silence of the night, but we are just hearing the white noise provided by the church. We are standing in the shadow of a basilica that nature has rejected, and we are calling it home. The sky over Rome is never truly empty. Even in the dead of night, there is a movement in the air. But if you were to fly over the dome in a specialized aircraft equipped with thermal and acoustic cameras, you would see a heat bloom emanating from the lantern. It is the physical signature of the frequency, the energy of the abyss escaping through the only exit Michelangelo left. It rises like a column of invisible smoke into the atmosphere. The birds see it, the sensors record it, and the church guards it. The dome is a reminder that some secrets are too big to be buried in the ground. They must be buried in the sky. And they must be guarded by 400 tons of lead in a century of lies. The birds have fled the dome, but the frequency has found a new way to travel. It is no longer content to stay within the stone and the lead. The Vatican has realized that the sound is beginning to evolve, to find its way into the very music that was meant to suppress it. The great musical purge was successful for centuries, but the true song is now leaking into the modern world through a source that no one suspected, the forbidden sheet music of the Inquisition's most dangerous prisoners. The Church is now hunting a group of musicians who have rediscovered the Devil's Interval, the only note that can break Michelangelo's lead-lined cage. The hunt for the earless saint and the hidden manuscripts of the Inquisition is the next chapter in the battle for the air we breathe. The history books are stained with the smoke of the stake, telling us of a church obsessed with hunting witches and practitioners of the dark arts. But the flames were a deliberate distraction from a much more dangerous betrayal. The Inquisition was not looking for magic. They were looking for a sound. They were hunting the true musicians, an underground network of scholars and artists who had rediscovered the forbidden frequency that the Vatican had tried to bury in 1324, while the public watched the executions of the innocent. The secret order of the Church was abducting the world's most brilliant acoustic minds, dragging them into lead-lined cells where they were forced to surrender the secrets of the abyss. This was a profound lie, a century-long curse designed to ensure that no one outside the Holy Office could ever tune their soul to the vibration of the earth, the Church knew that a single person with the right note could shatter their containment and wake the man of glass, so they chose to burn the world's music rather than lose their control. They buried the truth under a mountain of superstitions and shadows, making us fear the witch when we should have been listening to the silence. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold iron fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the heavy velvet curtains of history closing around you, muffling the noise of the modern world. We are descending into the dungeons of the 15th century, where the only light comes from a single guttering candle, and the only sound is the rhythmic drip of water on stone. To the American and Tier 1 audience, the word Inquisition conjures images of the Malleus Maleficarum and the hunt for women who spoke to cats or brewed herbal teas. But the informative reality hidden in the Vatican's black archives suggests that the witch trials were a carefully managed PR campaign. The Church needed a visible enemy to justify their absolute power, but their internal memos, written in coded Latin, reveal a different priority altogether. They were terrified of the Harmonic heresy. Following the Great Musical Purge, a secret society of musicians had begun to realize that the Church's new, simplified music was a form of cage. These true musicians began to experiment with the ancient solfeggio scales, the very frequencies the Church had banned because of their connection to the 1324 resonance. The Inquisition's primary mission was to find these individuals. When a town was visited by the Holy Office, the first people interrogated were not the village healers, but the luthiers, the choir masters, and the organists. The Church was looking for anyone who possessed a resonant ear, the biological ability to detect the 7.83 Hz hum without the aid of instruments. If you could hear the Earth's heartbeat, you were marked for erasure. This was a psychological war on human perception, a systematic attempt to ensure that the population remained tonally blind to the reality of the abyss. We are often told of the Iron Maiden or the rack, but the secret torture chambers of the Inquisition were not designed for physical pain. They were designed for acoustic resonance. These rooms were built in perfect geometric proportions, mirroring the dodecahedron shape of the original 1324 vault. The walls were covered in polished brass plates that could be tuned to specific frequencies. A true musician would be placed in the center of the room. The inquisitor would not use a whip. He would use a series of tuning forks and specialized bells. By playing specific dissonant intervals, they could create a state of acoustic seizure in the prisoner. This was the first recorded use of sonic weaponry in human history. The goal was to force the musician to sing the note, to reveal the exact vocal technique or instrumental setting that could trigger the obsidian vibration. The informative records of these sessions are horrifying. They describe how the prisoner's teeth would chatter until they shattered, and how their eyes would vibrate in their sockets until they lost their sight. The Church wasn't looking for a confession of devil worship. They were looking for a mathematical formula. They were extracting the physics of the abyss from the bodies of the artists. Once the information was obtained, the musician was uneared. Their eardrums were pierced with silver needles and filled with molten lead to ensure they could never hear or play the forbidden note again. One of the most enduring and tragic stories from this period is that of the man who would become known as the earless saint. He was a master of the lute who had discovered that by using strings made of a specific copper alloy, he could make the stones of his local chapel sing. The Inquisition captured him in 1462. He was kept in a lead-lined cell for 7 years. According to the internal logs of the Holy Office, he never spoke a single word of confession. Instead, he hummed. Even after they had filled his ears with lead, he continued to vibrate. The guards reported that he seemed to be communicating with the walls themselves. The psychological layer of his story is profound. He had achieved what the Pope in Avignon could not. He had found a way to live in harmony with the frequency without losing his mind. He had become a biological conductor for the sound. When he was finally executed, the church didn't burn him. They buried him in a specialized sarcophagus made of solid granite and buried him 10 fathoms deep, away from any resonant stone. They were afraid that even in death his body would continue to broadcast the signal. This is the informative depth of the church's fear. They weren't afraid of a man's soul. They were afraid of his frequency. While the Malleus Maleficarum was being printed and distributed to the public, the Inquisition was using a secret manual called the Codex Sonorus. This was a guide for identifying the signs of the sound. In a population dot, it taught inquisitors how to look for people who were hypersensitive to the ringing of church bells, or children who could sing notes that were outside the standard ecclesiastical scales. These children were often taken from their families and brought to singing schools that were actually high-security research facilities. The Tier 1 audience should consider the moral decay of this system. The church was essentially farming the population for acoustic geniuses, then breaking them to serve the needs of the containment field. They were terrified that a new note would emerge a variation of the 1324 frequency that their lead-lined cathedrals and simplified chants couldn't suppress. The Codex Sonorus is the missing link in the history of the Inquisition, proof that the entire machinery of the Holy Office was built to protect a secret of physics, not a secret of faith. The Inquisition also waged a war on the instruments themselves. They realized that the true musicians were using specialized materials to amplify the frequency. The lutes and harps of the era were being modified with ghost strings that were tuned so high or so low that they were silent to the human ear, but they created sympathetic vibrations in the wood of the instrument. The inquisitors would conduct instrument purges, entering homes and smashing any device that didn't meet the strict mathematical proportions set by the Vatican. They were looking for the resonance holes, small geometric carvings inside, the instruments that acted as mini-chambers for the frequency. This led to the creation of the first standardized instruments. The church began to control the Guild of Instrument Makers, ensuring that every lute, violin, and organ was built to be dead. They used heavier woods and thicker varnishes to ensure that no instrument could ever sustain a note long enough to synchronize with the abyss. The beauty we see in medieval instruments today is actually a refined form of censorship. We are seeing the survivors of an acoustic war, the ones that were deemed safe enough to exist. As the centuries passed, the names of the true musicians were erased from history. Their compositions were burned and their theories were attributed to madness or demonology. But the informative records of the Inquisition still hold their traces in the margins of the interrogation transcripts. We find musical staves with notes that shouldn't be there. We find descriptions of light appearing in the room when the prisoner sang the third harmonic. The church was witnessing the power of sound to manipulate matter and light, and they were terrified of it. The reflective question for the modern listener is, What music have we lost? What heights of human experience were silenced because they were deemed dangerous by a group of men in the 15th century? We are the descendants of the ones who were left behind, the ones who were tonally blind. We listen to our modern music, thinking it is the pinnacle of human achievement, but we are just playing with the muffled toys that the Inquisition allowed us to keep. As you lie here in the safety of your own quiet, think of the true musicians in their lead-lined cells. They were the first to understand that the world is not made of solid objects, but of waves. They were the first to realize that we are all vibrating, and that by changing our frequency, we can change our reality. The Inquisition didn't just hunt people, they hunted the future. They wanted to ensure that the silent frequency remained a secret for as long as the Church held power. They were successful for a long time, but as we look back through the lore slumber, we can see the cracks in their wall. We can hear the echoes of the forbidden note in the silence between our own heartbeats. The flames of the stake have long since gone out. The lead in the ears of the saints has turned to dust, but the frequency remains. It is still humming beneath the stone, waiting for a new generation of musicians to find the note that can never be silenced. The Inquisition successfully silenced the musicians, but they couldn't stop the eyes of the artists. While the musicians were being uneared, the painters of the Renaissance were finding a new way to record the secret. They realized that the man of glass and the silent frequency could be hidden in the very geometry of their masterpieces. Within the most famous frescoes of the Vatican, there is a map not of heaven, but of the sound itself. The secret of the coded frescoes and the hidden sheet music painted in plain sight is the next level of the Vatican's acoustic war. And it is hidden in the very room where the popes are elected. Imagine a betrayal so profound that it alters the very way you perceive the physical world. For centuries, the Church has guarded a secret not of spirit, but of substance. Deep within the foundations of the Vatican lies the speculum secretum, the mirror room, a chamber where the forbidden frequency discovered in 1324 ceases to be a ghost and becomes a physical terror. It is here that the elite researchers of the Holy Office witnessed the impossible, sound waves manifesting as solid, jagged geometries that could cut through flesh. This was the ultimate curse, a buried lie that suggested the universe is not made of matter, but of a vibrating void that can be commanded. The Church did not just want to silence the music of the abyss. They wanted to capture its shadow. They watched as the air itself crystallized into the form of the man of glass, a shimmering entity of pure resonance that stood silent in the center of the silver-lined walls. This was a profound moral failure, for they realized that the reality we touch is merely a mask for a much darker, vibrating architecture. They chose to wall off this room, burying the evidence of our fragile existence beneath layers of lead and salt, ensuring that no soul would ever see the sound that unmakes us. This is the truth the king buried. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold mercury fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath and feel the weight of the modern world dissolve into the stillness of the archive. We are descending now, past the iron doors and the lead-lined vaults, into the heart of the mirror room. To understand the mirror room, one must understand the Venetian art of the mirror in the 16th century. At that time, mirrors were not common household items. They were mystical objects, crafted with toxic mercury and silver, thought to capture a portion of the soul. But the Vatican commissioned a mirror unlike any other. They ordered the construction of a room where every surface, The floor, the ceiling, and the four walls was covered in perfectly polished, high-density mercury glass. The informative records from the secret archives describe the room as a perfect cube. It was built with a specific mathematical precision that mirrored the dodecahedron discovery of 1324. But why build a room of mirrors for a sound? The answer lies in the physics of light and vibration. The Church had realized that the silent frequency was not just an auditory event. It was a wave that could be manipulated by the reflection of light. When the frequency entered this silver-lined cube, it became trapped. The sound waves would bounce off the mirrors, reflecting back onto themselves, creating a state of absolute resonance. In this environment, something terrifying happened. The air in the center of the room began to thicken. The dust and the moisture in the air were forced into geometric patterns by the pressure of the sound. The researchers of the Inquisition watched in the dim light as floating, crystalline shapes began to appear in the center of the void. These were not hallucinations. They were physical manifestations of the sound. The first recorded evidence of what we now call cymatics, but on a scale that defies modern science. The shapes that formed in the mirror room were not random. They were perfect, complex mandalas of light and shadow. The lead researcher, a monk trained in the mathematics of Pythagoras, recorded that the frequency produced a shape that resembled a 1,000-petaled lotus made of glass. As the frequency shifted, the shape would dissolve and rebuild itself into a series of interlocking triangles and hexagons. This is the psychological layer of the mirror room. To see a sound is to have your reality shattered. The monks who were stationed as observers reported a feeling of profound dissociation. They felt as if their own bodies were becoming transparent, as if they were nothing more than patterns of light in a larger, vibrating mirror. The informative depth of their journals suggests that they began to lose the ability to distinguish between the object and its reflection. They saw the man of glass not as a person, but as a standing wave. The frequency would reach a point of such high intensity that the air molecules would freeze into a human-like shape. A shimmering, translucent figure that stood perfectly still while the room around it hummed with the power of the abyss. The Church realized that this was the source of the madness. When a human being sees the underlying geometry of the universe, the brain cannot process the lack of solid matter. The mind breaks because it realizes that everything we touch, the wood, the stone, and the flesh, is just a temporary arrangement of vibration. The construction of the mirror room came at a terrible cost. The mercury used in the glass was highly volatile. Because the room was a sealed environment, the air was saturated with toxic vapors. The monks who served as the observers, the silentium videor, eventually went blind. But their blindness was of a strange nature. They did not see darkness. Instead, they reported seeing a world of constant, vibrating light. The medical logs in the Vatican archives describe how their retinas were physically altered by the combination of mercury and the frequency. They were no longer seeing the physical world, but were perpetually seeing the patterns of the mirror room, even after they were removed from the vault. This was the curse of the secret. To know the truth of the sound was to be blinded to the lie of the world. The informative reality is that the Church used these blinded monks as human censors. They would lead them to different parts of the Vatican, and if the monks began to weep or describe seeing petals of light, the Church knew that the silent frequency was leaking through the walls. This was a moral decay of the highest order. The Vatican was essentially using the biological ruin of its own brothers to map the invisible enemy they had unleashed. They turned human suffering into a diagnostic tool for their acoustic containment. By the year 1624, exactly 300 years after the original discovery, the mirror room had become too dangerous to maintain. The resonance was beginning to affect the structural integrity of the surrounding vaults. The silver was tarnishing and the mercury was leaking into the ground. The church ordered the deconstruction of the room, but they did not just break the glass. They had to perform a ritual of visual erasure. The mirrors were smashed into fine powder, and that powder was mixed with lead and salt, then buried in a separate, unnamed location. They wanted to ensure that no one could ever reassemble the pieces and see the shapes again. The informative question that remains is, where is that powder buried? Some researchers believe it was used in the construction of the foundations of the new St. Peter's Basilica, acting as a secret, subterranean layer of shielding. They believe the Vatican used the very materials that captured the sound to bury it deeper. The mirror room was a laboratory where they learned how to make the invisible visible, and once they had that knowledge, they burned the lab to ensure no one else could ever follow their path. As you lie there in the stillness of your room, think about the mirrors that surround you. Think about the glass in your windows and the screens of your devices. We are living in a world of reflections, much like the mirror room of the 16th century. We think we are seeing the world as it is, but we are only seeing the light that bounces off the surface. The informative truth of the speculum secretum is that sound and light are the same. They are both vibrations, both movements in the void. The Vatican learned that if you can control the reflection, you can control the perception of reality. We are the descendants of a world that was retuned by the findings of that silver chamber. We see a solid world because the Church and our modern science have hidden the vibrating geometry from our sight. Have you ever looked into a mirror in a dark room and felt a sudden sense of unease? Have you ever felt that your reflection was slightly out of sync with your movements? That is the residual memory of the mirror room. It is the realization that the mirror is not a passive surface, but a gateway to a reality that is far more complex and far more terrifying than we allow ourselves to believe. The man of glass is still there, standing in the center of the resonance, waiting for the light to hit the right frequency. Consider the weight of the silver that was used in that room. Silver is one of the most resonant metals on Earth. It is used in our highest quality electronics and our most sensitive instruments. The Vatican knew this. They were using the silver to create a sacred circuit, a path for the frequency to travel without dissipating. The archives hold a single fragment of the mercury glass that survived the deconstruction. It is kept in a velvet-lined box, and those who have touched it describe a sensation of a cold electric shock. Even in its broken state, the glass remembers the shapes it once held. It remembers the thousand-petaled lotus and the jagged geometry of the abyss. The psychological toll of this story is the realization that we can never truly trust our eyes again. We are part of a grand acoustic and visual illusion, a cage built of simplified music and flat reflections. The mirror room showed the elite of the Church that the world is a shimmering, fragile thing held together by a sound that could be shattered at any moment. They chose to keep that fragility a secret, leaving us to sleep in the comfort of our solid, silent delusions. Take a long, slow breath. The story of the silver chamber is a heavy one, but it is a story of our shared human history. It is a story of how we handle the things that we cannot explain. In the 16th century, the answer was mercury and mirrors. Today, the answer is often distraction and denial, But for a moment, imagine the silence of that mirror room. Imagine the candles flickering in the silver void, their light reflecting infinitely until the room becomes a universe of fire. Imagine the air beginning to hum, the frequency rising until the very air molecules organize themselves into the shape of a man. It is a moment of perfect, terrifying order. It is the sound of the world before it was made solid. The torches in the vault have long since gone out. The silver powder is buried deep beneath the stone. The monks who saw the sound have passed into the darkness of history. But the frequency remains. It is still humming in the background of our lives, a constant, low-level thrum that connects the mirror room to the modern world. The mirror room taught the Vatican how to see the sound, but they soon realized that the sound was not just a shape. It was a language. Within the beautiful frescoes of the Sistine Chapel, hidden in plain sight, the artists of the Renaissance had been painting the very geometries that appeared in the Speculum Secretum. They realized that the masterpieces they commissioned were actually a map, a series of coded instructions for the abyss. The secret of the coded frescoes and the hidden sheet music painted into the heart of the Vatican is the next level of the acoustic war. And it is a map that leads directly back to the original vault of 1324. The Sistine Chapel is celebrated as the pinnacle of human creativity and divine inspiration. But behind the vibrant colors and muscular figures lies a terrifying betrayal of the human spirit. For over 500 years, millions of pilgrims have stared at the ceiling, never realizing they were looking at the literal blueprints of their own psychological cage. Michelangelo Buonarroti did not just paint the heavens. He painted a forbidden map of the silent frequency, a secret so dangerous it was buried within the very geometry of God's fingers. This was a profound lie, a hidden curse etched into the plaster by a master who knew exactly how the abyss vibrates. The master was not just an artist. He was a silent initiate who had access to the lead-lined vaults of 1324. He watched as the church used his genius to create a visual resonance chamber, a series of coded frescoes designed to act as a permanent anchor for the frequency that drives men to madness. Every stroke of his brush was a mathematical coordinate, a series of hidden musical notes that transformed the chapel into a giant silent instrument. The church knew that if the public ever learned to read the art, they would hear the scream of the stone that the Vatican had spent centuries trying to muffle. They traded the truth of the universe for a beautiful mask of paint and plaster. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and fresh plaster fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the coolness of the marble beneath your feet as we enter the most sacred room in the Vatican, where the shadows move in time with a sound that has no name. Michelangelo was a man of shadows and silence. When he was forced by Pope Julius II to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, he did not do so out of love for the papacy. He did so under the threat of death. For 4 agonizing years he lay on his back, suspended in the air, breathing in the dust of the lime and the fumes of the pigments. But as he worked, he was doing more than just illustrating the book of Genesis. The informative records from his private correspondence suggest that he was in a state of constant psychological tension. He had spent months in the secret archives, studying the journals of the 1324 discovery. He had stood in the mirror room and seen the sound become a physical shape. He knew that the man of glass was not a myth, but a geometric reality. Michelangelo realized that the frequency could be recorded. If a sound could create a shape in a bowl of water or a chamber of mercury, then a shape could recreate a sound. He decided to use the world's most famous canvas to hide the true song in plain sight. He began to encode the waveforms of the abyss into the very anatomy of his figures. The curves of the muscles, the folds of the robes, and the positioning of the limbs were not chosen for beauty. They were chosen for their mathematical resonance. He was painting a symphony of silence that would vibrate the minds of every person who ever stood beneath it. The most shocking piece of evidence in this acoustic conspiracy is found in the creation of Adam. For centuries, Tier 1 medical researchers and art historians have noted that the billowing shroud surrounding God is a perfect, anatomically correct cross-section of the human brain. You can see the brainstem, the frontal lobe, and even the pituitary gland, but why would a Renaissance master hide a brain in a painting of God? The informative truth is found in the science of psychoacoustics. Michelangelo was showing that the brain is a resonant chamber. He was mapping the exact part of the brain that the silent frequency targets. The point where God's finger almost touches atoms is the spark of ignition. The moment when the external frequency synchronizes with the internal rhythm of the human mind, he was warning us. He was showing that our perception of the divine is actually a biological reaction to a specific vibration. If you look at the figures surrounding the brain-shaped shroud, their positions correspond to the nodes of a standing wave. Michelangelo was painting the frequency as a physical entity, a visual representation of the man of glass. He was telling anyone who knew how to read the geometry that the church was not giving us life. They were giving us a frequency that would bind our consciousness to the stone of the basilica. Decades later, Michelangelo returned to the chapel to paint the Last Judgment on the altar wall. By this time, the great musical purge was in full effect, and the Inquisition was hunting the true musicians. Michelangelo knew his time was short. He decided to leave behind a final, undeniable record of the sound. If you analyze the positioning of the figures in The Last Judgment, they are not arranged in a random crowd. They are arranged in horizontal rows that mirror the lines of a musical staff. The figures themselves, some rising, some falling, act as the notes. In 2011, a group of Italian musicians and mathematicians applied a grid to the painting. When they translated the positions of the saints and the sinners into musical notes, they discovered a hidden melody. It was a haunting, dissonant sequence that defied the musical conventions of the 16th century. It contained the forbidden tritone, the devil in music. But it was more than just a melody. When played on a replica of the redesigned pipe organs of the era, the music produced a subsonic beat that matched the 7.83 Hz frequency of the 1324 discovery. Michelangelo had painted a literal sheet of music that could wake the abyss. He had hidden the key of the world in the very place where the popes are elected. The church realized this too late. They couldn't paint over the masterpiece without admitting the secret, so they chose to keep the chapel in a state of permanent visual silence, hoping that no one would ever think to play the art. The psychological layer of the frescoes is the effect they have on the viewer. Have you ever noticed how people speak in whispers inside the Sistine Chapel? It is not just out of respect for the holiness of the space. It is a physical reaction to the geometry of the room. The dimensions of the chapel are taken directly from the Temple of Solomon, a structure built on the ancient resonance patterns of the earth. When you combine this geometry with Michelangelo's coded waveforms on the ceiling, you create a feedback loop. The visual patterns on the ceiling trigger the same neural pathways that the silent frequency does. The viewers are being pre-tuned. By looking at the frescoes, Their brains are being prepared to receive the subsonic signal that pulses from the foundations of the basilica. It is a form of visual indoctrination. The informative depth of this strategy is brilliant and terrifying. The church realized that they didn't need to play the organs to control the people. They just needed the people to look up. The art would do the work of the sound. As Michelangelo approached the end of his life, his journals became filled with a sense of profound guilt. He realized that by painting the codes, he had inadvertently helped the church strengthen its cage. He had given them a permanent visual anchor for the frequency. He wrote, "I have given them a sky that does not breathe. I have trapped the sound in the colors, and now the people will worship the prison because it is beautiful." This is the ultimate moral failure of the master. He chose to immortalize his genius even though he knew it would be used to suppress the human spirit. He tried to leave a final warning. In The Last Judgment, he painted his own flayed skin being held by St. Bartholomew. If you look at the face on that skin, it is a mask of pure agony. Michelangelo was showing his own soul being stretched and distorted by the frequency he had helped to capture. He was the first to realize that you cannot paint the abyss without becoming part of its resonance. He was a victim of his own coded frescoes, a man whose mind had been shattered by the very waveforms he had recorded for eternity. In the late 20th century, during the restoration of the frescoes, technicians discovered something that was never supposed to be seen. Beneath the layers of paint, they found grid lines etched into the wet plaster. These were not the standard grids used by Renaissance artists to scale their drawings. These were logarithmic spirals and complex geometric arrays that matched the patterns found in the mirror. Michelangelo had been using a mathematical system that wouldn't be officially discovered by scientists for another 300 years. The informative reality is that the Vatican has known about these grids for centuries. They have kept the lighting in the chapel low to prevent the public from seeing the physical textures of these codes. They have strictly forbidden any high-resolution photography of the anatomical notes hidden in the drapery of the figures. They are guarding a map that they are too afraid to destroy. The Sistine Chapel is not a gallery. It is a laboratory of human control, a space where the visual and the acoustic meet to ensure the total submissiveness of the soul. Take a long, slow breath. The images of the Sistine Chapel are probably clear in your mind. We have seen them on postcards, in books, and on screens. But now you see them differently. You see the brain in the clouds. You see the musical staff in the judgment. You see the waveforms in the muscles. The informative burden of this knowledge is that you can never look at art the same way again. You realize that beauty can be a shield for a much darker purpose. The church used the most talented man in history to build a wall of paint between us and the truth. They used his colors to drown out the original light and his geometry, to drown out the original sound. The man of glass is still there, shimmering in the center of the frescoes. He is the hidden figure that connects every scene, the silent observer of the church's long betrayal. Michelangelo's ceiling is still humming, a 500-year-old broadcast that is still reaching into the minds of everyone who enters. The torches are out, the master is dead, but the code is still running. The frescoes of the Sistine Chapel were a visual cage, but the church soon realized that the human mind was starting to adapt. The people were becoming immune to the visual codes. To maintain the containment of the 1324 frequency, the Vatican had to go deeper. They had to go into the very heart of the archives to find the one person who could truly see the sound the archivists collapse. This was the moment when the keeper of the secrets realized that the archives were not holding the frequency. The frequency was holding the archives. The terrifying descent of the Vatican's head librarian into the soundless room is the next chapter in the battle. For our reality, the Vatican's secret archives are known as the most secure repository of human history. But the greatest betrayal of the 19th century was not the theft of a document, but the intentional destruction of a human mind. For 30 years, Brother Malachi served as the head librarian of the Forbidden Section, a man of iron discipline who believed he was guarding the truth for the glory of the Church. He did not know that he was living on top of a biological curse, a buried lie that the Vatican had spent centuries trying to muffle with lead and salt. In the summer of 1884, Malachi discovered a ledger that had no title and no author, a book that did not just hold information, but emitted a physical resonance. This was the divine vibration, the forbidden frequency of 1324 that had finally found its way through the stone and into the ink. The Church watched through hidden peepholes as their most loyal servant began to claw at his own ears, claiming that the paper was singing the secrets of the dead. It was a profound moral failure, choosing to lock Malachi in a soundless room, until his heart stopped rather than admit that the archives themselves were infected by the abyss. They buried the truth of his collapse under a mountain of medical jargon and whispers of dementia. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold granite fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the damp, cool air of the subterranean vaults pressing against your skin as we descend into the heart of the secret archives, where the only sound is the rhythmic drip of water on stone. To understand the collapse of Brother Malachi, one must first visualize the environment of the secret archives in the late 19th century. It was a labyrinth of iron shelves and limestone corridors that stretched for miles beneath the streets of Vatican City. The air was stagnant, heavy with the dust of 1,000 years and the metallic tang of the lead-lined boxes used to store the most dangerous secrets of the papacy. Malachi was the only man with the keys to the black files, the section of the archive that officially did not exist. He was a man who found comfort in order. He believed that everything in the universe could be categorized, labeled, and filed away. But the black files were different. They were not organized by date or subject, but by intensity. Some boxes were kept in rooms flooded with mercury. Others were wrapped in silver chains. Malachi had spent half his life in this silence, becoming a creature of the shadows. His eyes adapted to the dim glow of a single oil lamp. The informative depth of Malachi's work was the realization that history is not a collection of facts, but a collection of vibrations. He noticed that the older the document, the heavier it felt. He began to develop a theory that ink and parchment could act as a storage medium for the emotional and acoustic energy of the era in which they were written. He was the first to realize that the archives were not a library, but a massive battery, storing the residual resonance of every betrayal, every curse, and every forbidden frequency the Church had ever tried to suppress. This realization was the first crack in his ironclad sanity, the moment he began to hear the static of history. The event that triggered the final collapse happened on a Tuesday in July. Malachi was searching for a missing register from the Avignon papacy when he found a ledger that had been misfiled in a section dedicated to the great musical purge. It was bound in a material that felt like cold, smooth skin, and it was significantly heavier than it looked. When he touched the cover, he felt a sharp electric tingle in his fingertips, a sensation he at first dismissed as the dry air of the vault, but as he opened the book, the tingle became a hum. The pages were not covered in Latin or Greek, but in the same fractal symbols that Pope John the 22nd had scribbled in his final days of madness. As Malachi stared at the symbols, he realized they were moving. They were not static ink. They were a visual representation of a sound wave. The divine vibration was no longer just a subterranean frequency. It had evolved into a visual contagion. He recorded in his private notes that the air in the room began to shimmer, turning a pale, impossible violet. He felt a pressure behind his eyes, a rhythmic thumping that matched the symbols on the page. For the American and Tier 1 audience familiar with modern neuroscience, this was a massive neural entrainment event. The frequency of the ledger was overriding his brain's natural electrical patterns. He was no longer thinking his own thoughts. He was being read by the book. The psychological layer of this betrayal is the most tragic part. The more he tried to understand the secret to protect the church, the more the secret consumed his identity. He was becoming a biological extension of the 1324 frequency, a human speaker for the abyss. By the third day of his exposure to the ledger, Malachi's senses had undergone a terrifying transformation. He could no longer hear the sounds of the physical world. The footsteps of the guards, the tolling of the bells, the rustle of his own robes, all of it was gone, replaced by a single unchanging note. It was a sound that he described as a golden roar, a frequency that was so pure it felt like it was cleaning the inside of his skull, but with the loss of his hearing came a new, distorted form of sight. He began to see music. Every movement in the archive, the flickering of his lamp, the drifting of a dust mote, produced a trail of colored light. This is the synesthesia of the divine vibration. The brain, unable to process the subsonic energy, begins to crosswire its sensory inputs, the informative records from the Vatican physicians who were secretly observing him describe how Malachi began to paint the air with his hands, trying to capture the patterns he was seeing. He stopped eating and drinking. He claimed that the sound was nourishing him, that the vibration was providing all the energy his body required. He was found huddled in the corner of the black files, his eyes wide and glowing with a faint bioluminescent light. He had reached the point of biological synchronization. His heart rate had slowed to exactly 8 beats per minute, matching the lowest harmonic of the 1324 frequency. He was no longer a man. He was a living relic, a bridge between the physical world and the mathematical void. The Church's reaction to Malachi's state was not one of medical intervention, but of strategic containment. They realized that he was now broadcasting the frequency. Anyone who spent more than an hour in his presence began to report the same symptoms: the ringing in the ears, the purple fire in the eyes, the sudden loss of self. They moved Malachi to a location known as the Soundless Room. This was a chamber built within the massive foundations of the basilica, lined with 6 inches of solid lead and 3 feet of compressed cork. It was a space designed to be an acoustic vacuum, a place where no sound could enter and no vibration could escape. The psychological horror of Malachi's final days in that room is almost impossible to contemplate. In total darkness and absolute silence, the divine vibration became even louder. Without the distraction of the outside world, Malachi's mind became a closed loop for the frequency. He began to hallucinate a world made entirely of glass and light. He saw the man of glass standing in the center of the room, not as an entity, but as a mirror of his own shattered consciousness. The informative depth of the logs from this period suggests that Malachi began to communicate with the frequency. He wrote on the walls of the soundless room using his own blood since they had taken away his quill. He wrote that the divine vibration was not a sound, but a correction. He believed that the universe was out of tune, and that the frequency was trying to pull everything back into its original silent state. He saw himself as the first human to be corrected. By the time the guards opened the door to provide him with water, they found him dead. His body had become as rigid as stone, his skin a pale, translucent gray. What happened to the ledger that killed Brother Malachi? The informative records suggest it was returned to the black files, but this time it was encased in a block of solid glass and buried beneath the floor of the archive. The church had learned its lesson. They realized that the information was a weapon, that they could not yet control. The moral decay of the Vatican during this era was their decision to treat Malachi as a casualty of spiritual pride rather than a victim of a biological accident. They used his death as a warning to other librarians, telling them that searching for forbidden knowledge would lead to the loss of one's soul. They used the divine vibration as a boogeyman to maintain their grip on the archives. But for the Tier 1 audience, the truth is clear. Malachi was not a martyr or a sinner. He was a scientist who had encountered a technology he did not have the tools to understand. He had found the software of the abyss, and it had crashed his hardware. The archives remain, miles of shelves holding the weight of 1,000 years of lies, and somewhere in the darkness, the ledger is still humming. The sound did not die with Malachi. It only waited for the next person to reach for the wrong box. The collapse of Brother Malachi proved that the archives were no longer a safe place for the secrets of the church. The frequency was beginning to leak through the lead and the stone, reaching the surface world in ways that could no longer be hidden. The Vatican realized that they needed a new kind of guardian, one who was not made of flesh and bone. They began to implement a series of modern acoustic safeguards that are still in place today, guarded by a secret unit that never leaves the subterranean levels. The mystery of the modern echoes and the terrifying reason why the Vatican still employs silent guards in the age of digital surveillance is the next chapter in the battle for our reality. And it is a secret that involves the very floor you walk on when you visit the Basilica. The modern world believes that the Vatican is a relic of the past, a city of marble and tradition guarded by men in colorful Renaissance uniforms. But beneath the tourist paths lies a betrayal of our shared reality that is guarded by the most advanced technology on the planet. For over 700 years, the Church has known that the silent frequency discovered in 1324 did not fade away. It evolved, burrowing deeper into the bedrock of Rome, waiting for the world to fall quiet enough for its voice to be heard again. The ultimate secret of the 21st century is not a hidden gospel or a political conspiracy, but a biological war being fought in the dark. The Vatican does not employ the silent guards to protect the gold or the art. They employ them to act as a human shield against a forbidden vibration that can rewrite human DNA in a single heartbeat. This is a profound lie, a hidden curse that suggests our digital age is just as vulnerable to the abyss as the medieval world was. While you walk the halls of the Basilica, a secret unit of guards sits in lead-lined bunkers, wearing specialized helmets that generate a constant field of white noise to protect their minds from a resonance that drives men to madness. They are the last line of defense against a buried truth that the king intended to remain forgotten forever. This is the truth the king buried. Atmospheric transition, start voiceover. Now, let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold, sterile iron fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath and feel the weight of the modern world dissolve into the stillness of the subterranean vaults. We are descending now, past the security cameras and the motion sensors, into the levels where the air itself begins to hum with the energy of the ancient world. To the American traveler, the Vatican is a place of history and high security. You see the Swiss Guard with their halberds and the gendarmerie with their modern radios. But there is a third group, a unit whose name does not appear on any official payroll. They are the Custodi Silenti, and they are the only people allowed in the Level 4 archives. The informative reality of modern surveillance is that digital sensors are remarkably fragile. While they can detect heat, movement, and light, they are easily disrupted by the subsonic frequencies. Discovered in 1324, a digital camera looking into the original vault will see nothing but static, a blizzard of gray and white that masks the man of glass. This is why the Vatican still relies on the human eye. The silent guards are chosen from the most disciplined ranks of military special forces around the world. But they are not chosen for their strength. They are chosen for their neurological stability. They undergo months of testing to ensure their brain waves do not easily synchronize with external stimuli. They are the biological anchors of the Church. The Vatican realized that in an age of digital everything, the only thing that can truly perceive the frequency and remain sane is a human mind that has been hardened by psychoacoustic training. They are placed in rooms where the walls are made of 6-inch thick lead plates, shielded against the electromagnetic and acoustic leakage that pulses from the earth. In these lower vaults, the air is kept at a constant 55 degrees Fahrenheit, not for the comfort of the guards, but to slow the molecular vibration of the stone. The informative depth of this procedure is staggering. The Vatican is literally trying to freeze the frequency in place. The guards sit in total darkness, save for a single, low-frequency red light that does not interfere with the resonance of the air. They are watching for the shimmer, a visual distortion that indicates the 1324 frequency is reaching a critical threshold. It is a psychological layer of pressure that most humans would find unbearable. Yet for the silent guards, it is a ritual of survival. If you were to see a member of the Custodi Silenti in their operational gear, you would think you were looking at a soldier from a science fiction film. They wear suits lined with a mesh of silver and lead, designed to act as a Faraday cage for the human body. But the most important piece of equipment is the helmet. This is not a helmet for physical protection. It is a high-density active noise-canceling device. Inside the ear cups, a sophisticated computer system generates a constant, randomized stream of white, pink, and brown noise. This noise is not meant to be pleasant. It is meant to be a chaotic barrier. The Vatican learned from the Harmonic Plague of 1518 and the collapse of Brother Malachi that the 1324 frequency succeeds by finding a rhythmic match in the human brain. By flooding the guard's ears with randomized noise, the helmet prevents the frequency from ever establishing a lock on the guard's neural pathways. They are living in a permanent state of acoustic armor. The informative science behind this is based on destructive interference, the same principle used in modern noise-canceling headphones, but amplified to a level that would be deafening to an unprotected ear. The guards also carry biometric sensors that monitor their heart rate and pupil dilation in real time. If a guard's heart rate begins to synchronize with the subterranean hum, a secondary signal is sent to their helmet, a sharp, dissonant tone designed to shock the brain back into its own rhythm. This is the moral decay of the modern church. They are using the same technology that suppressed the music of the medieval world to now monitor and manipulate the very nervous systems of their own protectors. They have turned the human body into a component of a larger machine, a biological dampener designed to keep the frequency from escaping into the streets of Rome. The rotation of the silent guards is governed by a strict protocol known as the voids. No guard is allowed to remain in the lower vaults for more than 4 hours at a time. The Church discovered through centuries of observation that the cumulative effect of the 1324 frequency is like radiation. It builds up in the bone marrow and the fluid of the inner ear. If a person stays too long, the tuning becomes permanent. After their shift, each guard is taken to a decompression chamber on the upper levels. This room is filled with the sound of running water and the singing of bird sounds that are naturally chaotic and rich in high-frequency harmonics. This is the biological reset. The guards are required to listen to this for 2 hours before they are allowed to return to the surface. They are forbidden from speaking during this time. The informative records of the gendarmerie suggest that this protocol is the only thing preventing a mass psychological collapse within the unit, but even with these safeguards, the price is high. Many retired silent guards report a persistent phantom hum that follows them for the rest of their lives. They find themselves unable to sleep in total silence, often needing the sound of a television or a fan to drown out the internal resonance of their own skeletons. This is the psychological burden of the secret. They have spent their careers standing at the edge of the abyss, and the abyss has left its mark in the very structure of their bones. They are the living fossils of the 1324 discovery, men who can never truly return to the quiet world of the faithful. In 2012, a major security breach occurred that almost exposed the existence of the silent guards to the Tier 1 intelligence community. A former guard, a man who had served in the lower vaults for 10 years, attempted to leak a series of audio recordings to a journalist in Berlin. The recordings were not of voices, but of the sound itself. He claimed that the frequency was changing, that it was beginning to modulate in a way that suggested intelligence. The journalist reported that before he could listen to the files, the guard was intercepted by a specialized team and returned to Vatican City. The official story was that the man had suffered a mental breakdown and was being given private medical care. But the informative leak that remained was a single description of the recordings. The guard claimed that if you slowed the frequency down by a factor of 100, you could hear the sound of a human heart beating, but a heart that was the size of a cathedral. This incident forced the Vatican to upgrade the security of the lower levels even further. They implemented a zero digital policy. No electronic devices of any kind are allowed within 50 feet of the primary vault. Everything is recorded on analog tape or written on parchment with iron gall ink. They realized that the 1324 frequency was using modern digital networks as a medium for propagation. It was infecting the silicon chips of the surveillance cameras. This is the terrifying reality of the modern era. The ancient frequency is not a thing of the past. It is perfectly adapted to the technology of the future. The silent guards are now guarding not just a sound, but a biological virus that can travel through the very wires that connect our world. Part 4 and voiceover. As you walk through the basilica today, you might notice that some areas of the marble floor are warmer than others. You might feel a slight vibration in the handrail of the stairs that lead to the crypts. Most tourists dismiss this as the result of the thousands of people moving through the building or the vibrations of the Roman subway. But the Tier 1 researcher knows that the subway does not run. Beneath the Vatican dot, the warmth and the vibration are the modern echoes. They are the leakage that the lead, shielding and the silent guards cannot entirely contain. The marble of the basilica, a porous limestone, acts as a secondary resonator. It is soaking up the frequency of 1324, becoming a giant stone speaker that is broadcasting the signal into the atmosphere of Rome. The Church is aware of this. This is why the music played during the public masses has become increasingly loud and complex in recent years. They are using the massive pipe organs, the same instruments redesigned during the Great Musical Purge to create a masking field for the modern age. They are drowning out the subterranean hum with a wall of liturgical sound. It is a desperate, ongoing battle to keep the public from noticing that the ground they stand on is singing a song of the void. The informative depth of this acoustic war is hidden in plain sight, in every chord and every prayer that echoes through the nave. Part 6. The psychology of the silent guard. Start voiceover. What kind of person remains in such a role? The silent guards are not permitted to have families. They are not permitted to have a digital footprint. They live in a communal residence within the Vatican walls, a place of extreme austerity and constant monitoring. The psychological layer of their existence is one of total devotion to a secret that they can never share. They are taught that they are the successors to the monks of the 1324 discovery. They are told that if they fail, the world will descend into a madness far worse than the Black Death or the Harmonic Plague. This sense of apocalyptic responsibility is what keeps them in the vaults. They believe they are holding back the end of time, but as the journals of the unit's chaplains suggest, many guards begin to develop a strange relationship with the frequency. They stop fearing it and begin to worship it. They describe it as the true voice of the world, the original sound of creation that was silenced by a jealous God. This is the ultimate moral failure of the Vatican's containment. By creating a unit of men to guard the abyss, they have inadvertently created a cult that is in love with the sound of its own destruction. The silent guards are the most loyal servants of the Church, but in their hearts they are the first citizens of the void. In the secret archives there is a section dedicated to digital anomalies. This is where the records of the frequency's interaction with modern technology are kept. The informative data shows that the 1324 frequency has a peculiar effect on artificial intelligence. When AI models are exposed to the subsonic recordings of the vault, they begin to hallucinate patterns that match the fractal symbols. Found in the Pope's private journal, the Church realized that the frequency is a form of high-level data that the modern brain and the modern computer are both trying to process. It is like a piece of ancient software running on modern hardware. It causes the system to crash, creating the state we call madness. The silent guards are the only ones who can debug the system, using their own consciousness as a filter. This leads to a reflective question for the modern listener. As we integrate our lives more deeply with technology, are we making it easier for the frequency to find us? Are the devices in our pockets acting as the mirror room of the 21st century, reflecting the vibration of the abyss back into our eyes and ears? The Vatican seems to think so. This is why they keep the lower levels in a state of pre-industrial darkness. They know that the light of the screen is just another way for the man of glass to find his way into our world. The story of the silent guards is a story of the things we do to maintain the illusion of a quiet world. We build walls of lead, we wear helmets of white noise, and we sacrifice the lives and minds of thousands of men to ensure that the silent frequency remains silent. But the echoes are getting louder. The marble is getting warmer. The birds are still refusing to land on the dome. The informative reality is that the Vatican is running out of ways to hide the truth. The technology of containment is reaching its limit. The silent guards are the last human barrier, a group of nameless men standing in a dark basement, listening to a sound that was never meant for human ears. They are the guardians of a betrayal that is 700 years old, and they are starting to realize that the sound is no longer just coming from below. It is coming from within. Take a long, slow breath. The modern world is a place of constant noise, a cacophony of progress and information. But beneath it all, the 1324 frequency is still there. It is the fundamental note of the planet, a subsonic pulse that connects the medieval vault to your own living room. You are protected by the noise of your life, but the secret remains, guarded by men you will never see, in a city you will never truly know. The red light in the vault is fading now. The silent guard is reaching the end of his 4-hour shift. He can feel the vibration in his teeth, a low, rhythmic thrum that matches the beating of his own heart. He adjusts his helmet, the white noise hissing in his ears like a mechanical sea. He is tired, but he cannot sleep. He looks at the monitors, the analog needles twitching in the rhythm of the abyss. He knows that the man of glass is watching him from the static. He knows that the secret is safe for another 4 hours. But as he stands to leave, he feels a sudden, sharp pain in the center of his forehead. The same pain that Matteo felt in 1324, he realizes that the frequency has finally found the key. The informative burden of this story is the realization that the secret is not a static object. It is an evolving force. The Vatican's war on sound has not been a victory. It has been a long, slow retreat. And as the guard walks through the lead-line doors, he knows that the silence he is returning to is not a blessing. It is just a space where the screaming used to be. The silent guards are the last sentinels of the physical vaults. But the Vatican has realized that the frequency has found an even more dangerous path into our reality. It has moved into the realm of sight, manifesting in the very art that was meant to glorify the Church. Hidden within the most famous frescoes of the world, a series of geometric codes are beginning to vibrate, turning the masterpieces of the Renaissance into a visual broadcast of the abyss. The secret of the coded frescoes and the terrifying reason why the Church is now attempting to restore the Sistine Chapel with lead-based pigments is the final chapter in the battle for the human soul. A secret that is hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone to look up and hear the colors, the ultimate betrayal of the modern age, is the lie that noise is a sign of progress, when in reality it is the only thing keeping the human race from a total psychological collapse. For 7 centuries, the Vatican has guarded the secret of the final candle, a forbidden ritual that maintains the thin veil between our world and the vibrating abyss discovered in 1324. They have buried the truth that silence is not peace, but a gateway to a curse that can unmake the very fabric of our reality. The Church realized long ago that if the world ever fell truly quiet, the frequency of the man of glass would become the only sound left. and every human heart would be forced to synchronize with its jagged, ancient rhythm. This is why the Vatican secretly encouraged the roar of the Industrial Revolution and the constant hum of the digital age. We were never meant to be a loud civilization, but we had to become one to survive the sound of the deep. The secret is that every city, every factory, and every car is just another layer of white noise designed to drown out a scream that has been rising for 700 years. If the last candle of the ritual ever goes out, the masking will fail, and the true voice of the earth will finally speak our end. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold beeswax fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the stillness of your own room and imagine the weight of a silence that has been held back by the collective noise of billions. We are entering the final vault, where the light is failing and the truth is finally revealed. To understand the terror of the final candle, we must look at the year 1815 in the history books. This is known as the year the volcano Mount Tambora erupted, casting a veil of ash across the globe and leading to a year without a summer. But in the secret journals of the Vatican, 1815 is recorded as the year of the Great Thinning. As the ash blocked the sun and the temperatures dropped, a strange and terrifying silence fell over the Tier 1 nations of the world. The birds died in the millions, the crops failed, and people retreated into the absolute quiet of their homes. For the Vatican, this was an acoustic catastrophe. They realized that the natural mask of the world, the sounds of the wind through leaves, the chatter of animals, and the movement of the tides was failing because the ecosystem was collapsing. The frequency of 1324, usually muffled by the vibrant noise of life, began to resonate through the frozen soil of Europe. Reports flooded into the secret archives of people in isolated villages hearing a metallic hum coming from the ground. They weren't hearing a volcano. They were hearing the abyss because the world had gone quiet. Enough to let it speak. The Pope at the time realized that the era of the Silentium Custodes was over. Human mutes were no longer enough to hold back the sound. They needed a new artificial mask. They needed a world that never stopped moving. The informative depth of this history is that the Vatican began to funnel its vast wealth into the development of coal power and steam engines. They weren't looking for profit. They were looking for a way to generate a permanent global hum that would replace the silence of the dying natural world. They traded the purity of the air for the safety of the sound. While the world outside was beginning to roar with the sound of industry, the final line of defense remained in a small lead-lined chapel beneath the foundations of St. Peter's Basilica. This is the chapel of the last wick. Here, a single candle has been kept burning since the day the original vault of 1324 was sealed. But this is no ordinary candle. The wax is infused with the powdered remains of the 100 monks who first took the vow of silence, and the wick is spun from the silver-threaded robes of the airless saint. The ritual of the final candle is a biological and acoustic anchoring process. The heat from the flame creates a specific, microscopic vibration in the air of the vault, a resonance that acts as a keyhole for the frequency. As long as the flame lives, the frequency is channeled into the light itself, dissipating its energy before it can travel through the stone. If the candle is extinguished, the frequency has nowhere to go but out, into the bedrock and into the minds of the people above. The psychological layer of this ritual is the burden placed on the keeper of the wick. This is a man who is chosen for his absolute sensory isolation. He lives in the vault for the entirety of his life, watching the flame. He is taught that if he blinks at the wrong moment, or if his breath is too heavy, the world will end. He is the ultimate prisoner of the secret. The informative records of the gendarmerie show that these keepers rarely live past the age of 40. The constant proximity to the filtered frequency causes their cells to crystallize, turning their bodies into a living form of the mercury glass used in the mirror room. They are sacrificed to the flame so that the rest of us can live in the noise. As we move into the 20th century, the Vatican's acoustic strategy shifted from steam to electricity. The American audience of today is surrounded by what we call background noise. The hum of the power grid, the buzz of streetlights, and the constant data stream of our wireless networks. We find these sounds annoying, but the Tier 1 researchers of the lore slumber know that this is the modern evolution of the lead-line vault. The power grid is tuned to exactly 60 Hz in the United States and 50 Hz in Europe. This is not just for efficiency. These frequencies are designed to create a harmonic shroud that overlaps with the subsonic 7.83 Hz pulse of the abyss. By keeping the entire population bathed in this artificial hum, the Vatican has created a global field of destructive interference. We are living inside a giant, invisible baffle. The informative reality is that the silent guards of the modern era are not just in the Vatican. They are the engineers who maintain the power lines and the cell towers. They don't know the truth, but they are following protocols established by the Church's secret acoustic council. Every time a city goes through a blackout, the Vatican goes into a state of emergency. They fear the great quiet, the moment when the artificial hum stops and the human mind is left alone with the sound of the earth. This is why the most advanced nations have the most noise. It is a sign of their vulnerability, not their strength. Have you ever wondered why we fear the dark? Or why the total silence of a forest at night feels so heavy? It is not just a primal fear of predators. It is a biological memory of the 1324 discovery. When the visual input of the world is removed and the ambient noise of the city fades, our brains begin to search for a signal. In the absence of other sounds, we begin to tune in to the frequency of the abyss. The man of glass is most visible in the silence. When the brain is no longer distracted by the noise of life, it begins to process the subsonic data that is always present in our bones. We experience this as anxiety, as a feeling of being watched, or as a ringing in the ears. The Vatican's moral failure was the decision to treat this as a spiritual weakness rather than a physical reality. They told the world that the voices in the dark were the work of the enemy, when they were actually just the sound of the planet's own internal architecture. They chose to make us afraid of the quiet so that we would never stop making noise. They turned us into a race of frantic, loud creatures, running from a silence that they themselves had defined as dangerous. The final candle is the symbol of this choice. It is the light that refuses to let the darkness be quiet. It is the flame that maintains the lie that we are safe as long as we can hear ourselves speak. The story of the Vatican's acoustic war is a story of a civilization that has been tuned to stay asleep. From the 100 monks in the Lateran vault to the silent guards in the modern lead-line bunkers, the mission has always been the same: containment. The Church believed that the truth was a sound that would break us, and they were willing to betray every principle of honesty and art to keep that sound at bay. The informative burden of this knowledge is the realization that we can never truly find peace in the way we were taught. Peace is not the absence of noise. In our world, the absence of noise is the beginning of the end. We are the descendants of a world that was saved by a scream and protected by a hum. The final candle is still burning beneath the marble of the basilica, its wick growing shorter with every year that passes. Take a long, slow breath. The room you are in is quiet, but it is not silent. If you listen closely, you can hear the hum of the world, the electricity in the walls, the distant movement of the city, the rhythm of your own breathing. This is your shield. This is the artificial mask that the Vatican built for you. You are safe in the noise. You are protected by the betrayal of the past. The journals of the secret archives are closed for now. The lead-lined boxes have been returned to their shelves, and the red lights of the lower vaults are fading. The story of the silent frequency is a record of our fear, but it is also a record of our resilience. We have found a way to live on top of the abyss without falling in. We have turned our world into a symphony of distraction to keep the man of glass in his corner, but the secret is not just in the sound. The frequency was only the first part of the betrayal. As the Vatican learned to control the air, another family, far to the north, was learning to control the blood. While the Pope was guarding the sound, a king was guarding a ritual that would ensure his lineage never truly died. The frequency of 1324 was a geological secret, but the secret of the royal blood was a biological one, and its roots are even more ancient and terrifying. The final candle continues to flicker, holding back the 1324 frequency, but the Vatican has realized that the abyss has found another way in. The sound was just a medium. The real danger is what the sound was carrying. Far from the marble of Rome, in the cold, misty forests of the north, a new character is emerging from the shadows of history. Her name is Vesper, and she is the first to be born with a mind that does not need a mask. She is the one who can hear the frequency and not go mad, for she is not entirely of this world. The secret of Vesper's bloodline and the terrifying ritual of the hollow air that created her is the next chapter in our journey through the lore slumber. The candles are dimming, the mist is rising, and the next betrayal is about to be revealed, the ultimate betrayal of the modern age. Is the lie that our constant noise is a sign of progress, when in reality it is the only thing keeping the human race from a total psychological collapse. For 7 centuries, the Vatican has guarded the secret of the final candle, a forbidden ritual that maintains the thin and fragile veil between our world and the vibrating abyss discovered in 1324. They have buried the terrifying truth that silence is not peace, but a gateway to a curse that can unmake the very fabric of our reality. The Church realized long ago that if the world ever fell truly quiet, the frequency of the man of glass would become the only sound left, and every human heart would be forced to synchronize with its jagged and ancient rhythm. This is why the Vatican secretly encouraged the roar of the Industrial Revolution and the constant, buzzing hum of the digital age. We were never meant to be such a loud and frantic civilization, but we had to become one to survive the sound of the deep. The secret is that every city, every factory, and every car is just another layer of white noise designed to drown out a scream that has been rising for 700 years. If the last candle of the ritual ever goes out, the masking will fail, and the true voice of the earth will finally speak our end. This is the truth the king buried. Now let us turn back the pages of the years. The light is dim, the chamber is quiet, and the scent of aged parchment and cold beeswax fills the air. Take a slow, deep breath. Feel the stillness of your own room, and imagine the weight of a silence that has been held back by the collective noise of billions. We are entering the final vault, where the light is failing and the truth is revealed. To understand the terror of the final candle, we must look at the year 1815. In the history books, This is known as the year without a summer, caused by the eruption of Mount Tambora. But in the secret journals of the Vatican, 1815 is recorded as the year of the Great Thinning. As the ash blocked the sun and the temperatures dropped, a strange and terrifying silence fell over the Tier 1 nations of the world. The birds died in the millions, the crops failed, and people retreated into the absolute quiet of their homes. For the Vatican, this was an acoustic catastrophe. They realized that the natural mask of the world, the sounds of the wind through leaves and the movement of the tides, was failing because the ecosystem was collapsing. The frequency of 1324, usually muffled by the vibrant noise of life, began to resonate through the frozen soil of Europe. Reports flooded into the secret archives of people in isolated villages hearing a metallic hum coming from the ground. They were not hearing a volcano. They were hearing the abyss because the world had gone quiet enough to let it speak. The Pope at the time realized that human mutes were no longer enough to hold back the sound. They needed a new and artificial mask. They needed a world that never stopped moving. The informative depth of this history is that the Vatican began to funnel its wealth into the development of coal power and steam engines. They were looking for a way to generate a permanent and global hum that would replace the silence of the dying natural world. They traded the purity of the air for the safety of the sound. This was the birth of our noisy world. While the world outside was beginning to roar with the sound of industry, the final line of defense remained in a small and lead-lined chapel beneath the foundations of St. Peter's Basilica. This is the chapel of the last wick. Here, a single candle has been kept burning since the day the original vault of 1324 was sealed. But this is no ordinary candle. The wax is infused with the powdered remains of the 100 monks who first took the vow of silence, and the wick is spun from the silver-threaded robes of the earless saint. The ritual of the final candle is a biological and acoustic anchoring process. The heat from the flame creates a specific and microscopic vibration in the air of the vault, a resonance that acts as a keyhole for the frequency. As long as the flame lives, the frequency is channeled into the light itself, dissipating its energy before it can travel through the stone. If the candle is extinguished, the frequency has nowhere to go but out, into the bedrock and into the minds of the people above. The psychological layer of this ritual is the burden placed on the keeper of the wick. This is a man who is chosen for his absolute sensory isolation. He lives in the vault for the entirety of his life, watching the flame. He is taught that if he blinks at the wrong moment, or if his breath is too heavy, the world will end. He is the ultimate prisoner of the secret. The informative records of the gendarmerie show that these keepers rarely live past the age of 40. The constant proximity to the frequency causes their cells to crystallize, turning their bodies into stone. They are sacrificed so that we can live in the noise. As we move into the 20th century, the Vatican's acoustic strategy shifted from steam to electricity. The American audience of today is surrounded by what we call background noise. The hum of the power grid, the buzz of streetlights, and the constant data stream of our wireless networks are the modern shields. We find these sounds annoying, but the Tier 1 researchers know that this is the modern evolution of the lead-lined vault. The power grid is tuned to exactly 60 Hz in the United States and 50 Hz in Europe. This is not just for efficiency. These frequencies are designed to create a harmonic shroud that overlaps with the subsonic 7.83 Hz pulse of the abyss. By keeping the entire population bathed in this artificial hum, the Vatican has created a global field of destructive interference. We are living inside a giant and invisible baffle. The informative reality is that the silent guards of the modern era are the engineers, who maintain the power lines and the cell towers. They do not know the truth, but they are following protocols established by the Church's secret acoustic council. Every time a city goes through a blackout, the Vatican goes into a state of emergency. They fear the great quiet, the moment when the artificial hum stops and the human mind is left alone with the sound of the earth. This is why the most advanced nations have the most noise. It is a sign of their vulnerability. They must keep the grid alive to keep the abyss silent. The silence is the only enemy they cannot defeat with weapons. They can only drown it out with the buzz of the machines. Have you ever wondered why we fear the dark, or why the total silence of a forest at night feels so heavy? It is not just a primal fear of predators. It is a biological memory of the 1324 discovery. When the visual input of the world is removed and the ambient noise of the city fades, our brains begin to search for a signal. In the absence of other sounds, we begin to tune in to the frequency of the abyss. The man of glass is most visible in the silence. When the brain is no longer distracted by the noise of life, it begins to process the subsonic data that is always present in our bones. We experience this as anxiety or as a ringing in the ears. The Vatican's moral failure was the decision to treat this as a spiritual weakness rather than a physical reality. They told the world that the voices in the dark were the work of the enemy, when they were actually just the sound of the planet's own internal architecture. They chose to make us afraid of the quiet so that we would never stop making noise. They turned us into a race of frantic and loud creatures, running from a silence that they themselves had defined as dangerous. The final candle is the symbol of this choice. It is the light that refuses to let the darkness be quiet. It is the flame that maintains the lie that we are safe as long as we can hear ourselves speak. We have built a world of static to hide a truth of pure vibration. We are the architects of our own distraction, and we have done it to survive a sound that we were never meant to hear. The story of the Vatican's acoustic war is a story of a civilization that has been tuned to stay asleep. From the monks in the Lateran vault to the silent guards in the modern lead-line bunkers, the mission has always been containment. The Church believed that the truth was a sound that would break us, and they were willing to betray every principle of art and honesty to keep that sound at bay. The informative burden of this knowledge is the realization that we can never truly find peace in the way we were taught. Peace is not the absence of noise. In our world, the absence of noise is the beginning of the end. We are the descendants of a world that was saved by a scream and protected by a hum. The final candle is still burning beneath the marble of the basilica, its wick growing shorter with every year that passes. But for now, you are safe. The noise of your life is your shield. The city is breathing, the grid is humming, and the abyss is muffled once again. The long war for the silence of the world has reached its conclusion. The secrets of the frequency are locked away, and the man of glass has retreated into the static. You can rest now, knowing that the world is loud enough to keep you safe. The light is fading, the air is still, and the archives are silent. The journey through the sound is over. We have reached the end of the line. The flame is steady, and the secret is secure. The candles have burned down to the wick, and the shadows of the Vatican are finally still. But remember, the frequency never truly stops. It only waits for the next silence.